Hello, everybody. It's been a little bit. Sir Brat is live. Well, thank you, B. I'm not sure if you're referring to me or somebody else, but I have been known to be a brat sometimes. Hi, everybody. How you doing? It's been a while since we've had a stream on a Sunday, or in a while, as it were, as all. Apologize for that. As it stands right now, life mostly requires that I have a health crisis at least once a week. Please, Sir Brat. Well, thank you. I try my best to live up to expectations. Today marks a bit of a change. Previously on Sundays we streamed Fray's Genesis campaign, which was based in a heavily modified version of 5th edition D&D. Today, we mark a bit of a transition, both in visual aspects as well as in the bones of how the game is played. Today, we make the bravest change of all. A whole new system, as was created and envisioned by many of the creative minds in our group, captained and championed by Fray himself. Thank you, Jim. The system itself is aimed at being a fairly action-oriented, well, previously intended to be rules-like, but as it was, I found it to be a very dramatic and fun system. Today we get the privilege of first attempt at playtesting it, but also a new start to a new season of Genesis. Whole new cast of characters, some old, some new. And the start of a whole new story, a whole new shark to jump. So we're going to say goodbye to the penthouse we spent so much time in. We make our way over to our lucky charm, gas station. Now we will never suffer from bad luck again, as every session will begin and end with a gas station. That said, I think it's time we begin with our story. Fray, if you'll be so kind, take it away.
No, you're totally fine. Remember when I said, well, audience at home, you did not hear me say
Yeah,
that one way, shape, or form or another, Genesis is always scuffed.
yeah. So I'm very sorry to the people that I did a whole build up and everything. To everybody who's watching and sitting in silence for the last 3 to 4 minutes, I've had my desktop audio muted, and I'm an idiot. Yes, Fray was talking the whole time for the last 5 minutes.
Oh, oh
What a way
man,
to
that's
shatter that
okay.
tension. I'm very sorry, everybody.
No, it's totally fine. That's really
What a way
funny.
to start the fucking session.
Oh,
Okay,
I'll draw
I'm
it
so
back.
sorry.
Was your audio picked up?
Yes, my
Okay.
see, I gave myself special privileges by allowing myself to speak and not you. I'm very sorry. I'm going to
Oh,
mute
that's
myself now. Please, take it back from the top one more
I
time.
certainly will. Okay. Thank you, all my players, for allowing to let me wax on, and I will begin again. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Though I had just finished saying, which is very funny, Genesis in of itself and everything that I seem to do always has a little bit of rough scuff to it, and well, no better a point than right then and there. The Empire system is a system that I, along with several others, have painstakingly crafted over weeks. It's been a little while since we've ran Genesis. I would say weeks, but it's frankly more like months. Genesis in of itself has been gone for about 2 months now, maybe even a little more now that I think about it. And just for the new faces, and yeah, yeah, no, it was. Don't worry, B. That was me talking, but don't worry about it. It's fine. For the new faces who may be tuning in today, and subsequently for the old who have returned to listen to our adventures delving into the city of Iris, I'll give a little recap. Let's see if I can get it just as good. I'm pretty confident in it though. That was my dry run. In the previous season, at the end of everything, the ultimate end to that arc, a party of mismatched adventurers, I would say adventurers, but frankly, they were just normal people, most of them caught in a bad situation. And of that consisted the disgraced doctor, Dr. Genevieve Valentina, an amalgamation created from one of the researchers who did not survive in the past, known as Valen, a strange cybernetic brain in a robotic body known as Cabal, a Spider-Man who, for lack of a better term, was back for more than just revenge, but took a bullet to the eye to try and accomplish his goal, Tesso Tuare. And Knight, who was otherwise disgraced, known as Eugene, gone into hiding and running into the drug running business. Subsequently, you also would have a not so disgraced, prim and proper knight, one of which who was considered killed in action, Primrose Alphonse, and Doku Doku, our dear 5-year-old frog boy. I believe I hit everybody again. Oh, and of course, Marquis, also disgraced and runaway heir to one of the 5 noble families. Though this group, ragtag as they were, inevitably found themselves in a situation far bigger than anything they could have expected. And through the end of it all, through weeks upon weeks of delving into abandoned labs and digging up lost research that the government of Iris would have rather left buried, well, it culminated in a message that would go out to the nation, exposing the governing body of their crimes. As the party discovered that at the center of it all, their souls were simply being used to fuel the battery, the engine of the floating city of marvels, the city of Iris. The population being presented this fell into what would be the beginnings of a bloody civil war. And on the night of that message, another message went out. Their benefactor and friend, Ausar King, who had been supplying them with information and a safe haven for all this time, was set to be executed that night to the crimes of treason and gross negligence of his position. The party made a daring decision. Amidst all the chaos of the city's uprising, they would storm the castle, metaphorical one anyways. They would get in their van, they would drive as fast as they could, and they'd see if they could do anything to stop their friend's death. They arrived in the central city, blasting through barricades and redirecting helicopters that chased them down, descending into the tunnels and later ascending into the crystalline tower known as the Tower of Iris, the Citadel, which would be the battery that kept this whole place in the sky. The battery. Now, as they ascended, they would meet the curator of this grand invention, an ancient wizard from the times of Foundation, the first city that would find and eventually create this marvel. And she explained to them that their fears were correct, and even with all her power, she could only assume the Council 10 who would govern the city of Iris from their metaphorical ivory tower, crystalline in reality, were gathering all of these souls to invoke a true wish, something that would bend beyond space and warp reality down to its very core. Aura, the curator, wasn't certain she could do anything, and was even less certain that you all could. But when faced with the option, do they continue and try, or willingly bow their heads in defeat, they chose the former. Ascending the crystal tower, moving through beasts and lifelike statues, they survived, albeit with Valen nearly dying in the process, detonating right at the 11th hour. Great time. At the end of it, they were confronted with the apex, the highest point in this creation. As they pushed their way through, they bore witness to a ritual that was centered specifically on their friend and benefactor, Ausar King, former Pillar Knight of the 7th District. While not an easy sight to see, whatever was being done was an attempt to resurrect something, someone that these counselors silhouetted in the crystals, channeling their ancient and lost magics into this body, something they referred to as their king. The party had a long and arduous battle with their friend, who, even with his mind warped, still fought back against the corruption, still fought back and inevitably was slain due to their hands and his own. This, however, was not an easy victory, Pyrrhic at best. The apex, now destroyed from the intervention of the party, was no longer stable. The souls that were being constantly fabricated and redistributed throughout this place had nowhere to contain themselves any further, and the apex would soon be destroyed. Ausar, in his only moment of clarity, thanked them all, and as his final act, freed the soul of his daughter that was trapped within a crystal he kept in his own pocket. Well, rather, the party kept to infiltrate themselves in. Allowing her soul to rest. And with the last of his final moments, did everything he could to get them out of there, with a final thank you and a goodbye. Where we last left from that moment was to discover that the party had been scattered throughout time. Eugene, the runaway knight turned drug aficionado, slinking to the underbellies of the city, found himself only 3 days after the incident, the insurrection now in full effect, and more importantly, the tower, at least the apex, was in tatters. The city was in chaos. And Eugene found himself in possession of Genevieve's van, since she couldn't be around to say anything otherwise, and the keys were still there. Making his way to the Undercity, Eugene drove until, well, van stopped working, ran out of gas, made a home out of it. Marquis popped up only 3 months later, discovering that not only the friends and allies they had made along the way had mostly been rounded up, and some, including his dear best friend, Alan Torsen, heir to the Torsen noble family, was executed for treason against the city, but that a full-on insurrection was now underway, and an Irisian civil war had only just begun. Pillar Knights, leaders, and, for lack of a better term, the champions of the city of Iris, turning on each other, some leading and fighting alongside the civilians and the angry, roused hearts of the people, and those who still kept their loyalty to the order that Iris could bring. A battle was ensuing, and Marquis, otherwise known as Trelio Lior, needed to escape. And with the help of his sister, shockingly, who at one point wanted his death, now wasn't sure what to want anymore. Once a devoted follower of Iris who would follow any order without question, now she was conflicted. And though she'd agreed that she would fight on the side of Iris, she promised her brother at least safe passage. Marquis found himself in the comforting arms of the, well, I say comforting, but in the arms of the eco-terrorist group known as Grove. There, at the very least, he would find a place of safety and be able to lead at least those who still stuck with him and try and help and do what Alan was killed doing to finish what he started. That's where we left off. And now, it's time to find out what happened to the others. More importantly, we jump 6 months since the incident in the central city. Valen, are you here?
Yes.
Time and space wore past your vision. And suddenly, through the chaos and the feeling of your body deconstructing and reconstructing around the crystal in your own chest, you found yourself alone. But it was certainly not a quiet arrival. Though you had never been, you had heard enough and would know enough that you arrived in the Undercity. Though a rather bustling and packed together place, it was no longer nearly as calm as people would lead it to believe. The Undercity was in an all-out war. And Valen, you arrived at the apex of it. Through explosions, gunfire, and screaming, you arrived, surrounded by bodies and by blood. Valen,
Yes.
how would you react to such a sight?
How would Valen react to the sounds, the smell, the utter chaos around her? Honestly, she'd probably try to find somewhere to run and hide. Somewhere quiet. The quietest that there could be away from whatever possibly is going on.
And that she did. The scared young woman that Valen was, if you could even really necessarily call her a woman, more of a creation, tearing through gunfire and shouting, running and running and running past fields of bodies, both of those in the Irisian uniform and those of people who were just trying to get home. Eventually, Valen, you would find yourself ducking into a manhole cover, hopefully getting into some sort of sewer system, somewhere to hide, somewhere to go. And would it be luck? Or perhaps, well, maybe just something familiar calling you to this place? As you would descend down the ladder and your body would take refuge, you would still hear the explosions, the hails of gunfire, and the quaking of the dirt above you as Valen snakes around the screen trying to find a good spot. Ah. All good, B. Thank you for being here anyways. Feel free to listen. Though you would find that you're not alone in this place. This place reminds you of your home. It reminds you of the home that you took residence in all that time ago when you were first created and when you were with your friends, who, right now, you don't know where they are. But there's another presence here. This laboratory, these vats on the wall, these tanks, very similar to the one that you used to reside in. In a crater on the wall, nestled by tree roots and seemingly asleep, laid a large man with a large bushy beard to toe in, bestial and comatose.
Valen will slowly walk up and gently poke this large person. This large creaturish man.
He doesn't stir from his slumber, but you can tell, albeit faintly, he's alive. Barely, but alive nonetheless. His breathing is shallow, and his eyes seem to move beneath their lids ever so slightly. You personally would not recognize him, as you did not come down here with the previous group on their excursion. Whoever he is, he seems to have been here for quite some time. Even though he's built large, it's clear that he's a little emaciated.
Emaciated.
Emaciated
What's
means
emaciated
he's very thin. It looks like he hasn't eaten.
Okay. Valen's first instinct is going to be, at this point, a little harder, not much, but it's a smidgen harder. Slap his cheek. Wake up. Like gently, like you know, like that. Gently, like, wake up.
God damn it, Quest. Ah. Eventually, your repeated shaking and, well, slapping, you see the man weakly flutter his eyes, barely any color and light in them, as he looks to you. Another visitor,
Where is this place? What's going on outside?
The man will kind of start to drift again. He's certainly not well, but in that moment he composes himself a little bit, realizing that from what he sees is a young girl, confused and alone in this dark room. The war kicked off, kid. And, well, the people used to stay here, they didn't, they couldn't stick around. I told them to go and to leave me here.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Kid, I don't think I'm gonna make it much longer, but
What do you need?
see those tanks?
Camera pans.
Yeah, there are 4 tanks adorning the wall, each with rusty, flaking paint that would notify each one of them, or indicate which one they are. AD1, EV2, GZ3, DK4, and a slot for a 5th one, but it's not there. Go over to the 3rd one. A little bit of liquid should still be in there, and bring me a little bit. It'll keep me going for a little longer.
Oh, she'll go exactly do that. She'll go over, pull her hand, or make cups out of her hand, and scoop some up and walk it back over.
Upon handing this liquid hand cup, did you actually turn to a cup? I know you could.
No,
or did you just cup your hands?
I cupped my hands. I
Okay,
said that
okay.
weirdly. That was my bad.
No,
but yeah,
no,
I cupped
it
my
wouldn't
hands.
be weird. It wouldn't be weird for anyone else but Valen, who is a blob. So,
Actually,
so it makes sense.
yeah, actually, yeah, I know. Yeah. For the sake of conversation, her hands kind of actually like melt together to form a bullish shape.
That's fair. Covering back over to the man, he's again barely holding consciousness as you raise the bowl to his lips, and the liquid is slowly brought to his lips and through his throat. You see a little bit of light come back to his eyes. He goes, "Thank you, kid. I need some rest. But if you're trying to hide, well, this place is as good as any. There's just, it's bad out there. Be careful."
Well, she'll just kind of find herself a corner and just sit in it.
As the man sees you turn, he goes, "Your name, lass?"
Valen. You?
Oh, they call me Grizzly, but you know, you can call me whatever when I wake up. And he slowly drifts back into his hibernative state. Valen, for the next 2 weeks, the fighting only gets worse. You can hear it clear as day, albeit still a little muffled from your subterranean refuge. Gunfire, explosions, marching. And each time that it gets close, and closer, and closer, you may even start to think they may find you. But it never does. Inevitably, though.
At
Go
some
on,
point,
go on.
at some point, as it would inch closer, Valen decides at some point to leave the corner and to just simply wait outside the door, just in case.
Now, when you say outside the door, remember that this is a
The-
ladder going down. So I'm
right.
assuming you're waiting at the base of the ladder.
Yeah. That's probably be the. Essentially, just looking sitting at the bottom of the ladder, looking up.
At the end of those 2 weeks, while you still hear voices and commotion, there is something different. There is a roar that echoes. That roar that shakes the ceiling far worse than any of the other explosions could have. Something primal. Something, frankly, out of one of those TV shows that you would watch during the Penthouse times. It sounded monstrous. And as you heard this monster rampaging above, it would go on for a few hours, and then all of the sounds would stop.
Well, now that the sound has stopped, I climb up.
As you ascend the ladder, after 2 weeks of hunkering down in this laboratory, you realize that it's a little harder to get this cover up than when you first got here. Thankfully, Valen is no slouch, and more importantly, Valen's pretty strong. And with a few modifications to your hands, well, you push off the debris that was covering your cover and bear witness to the destruction that is surrounding you. Where you had once retreated to, filled with houses crammed upon houses, a district surrounded with what seemed like a bar and almost like favelas, cramped in so tightly where people just tried to live. There's nothing left. An ashland of fire, corpses, and vehicles caught fire. The smell of burnt meat and gasoline and sulfur hits your nose. You are surrounded by devastation. And it's around you for pretty much all where your eyes can see.
I will fully leave the ladder, climb out, and kind of just like an anxious person in the middle of a mall, just kind of scuttle around to see if what I can see, anything different.
You wouldn't find much.
Occasionally calling out. Sorry, I meant occasionally calling out. Hello? Anyone here?
From where you are, it takes you a while to find civilization again. From what it seemed like, almost a quarter of this place, if not a quarter, no, I'd say a quarter, was devastated in this battle. And for a long time you found no one. Maybe some people who were scared. Soldiers wounded, drawing their weapons on you at the first chance they got, running away. No one could trust anyone here. And this would be the cycle for 3 months.
See.
With not a friendly face around, the Irisian guards scared and trigger happy, and the survivors wary of any new face to relent and hopefully avoid another bout of such devastation and ruin. Valen, you were walking in crowds and still felt all alone. Now, what would you be doing in those 3 months?
Ask. Okay, what Valen would be doing at this point in time would be probably trying to find food. Not for herself, because she's probably fine without eating, probably. Trying to find what she can for Bearman downstairs. Because she doesn't know what's going on with that. And any chance she doesn't get gun pointed at, or people stay for more than 3 seconds, she would try to ask people if she's seen any of her friends that she knew, potentially given vague descriptions of what they looked like from her memory, not really having anything to identify them really by.
Sadly, those trails would usually come up to an end. At the very least, they may recognize some of the descriptions from the wanted posters, that of which you would discover the more you traveled inwards. Your face, along with, well, those of your friends, would still be plastered about. Wanted posters ranging into the millions for the capture and, well, that or the death of the traitors to the city.
Any chance that she would collect a wanted poster of one of each, of every person that she could remember.
Certainly could within 3 months.
Yeah. Now here's the fun thing I have to ask.
And I probably have a funny answer.
You mentioned that all of us have wanted posters. Does this include Valen?
Valen is currently being reported as Dr. Valentine. Amaretta Valentine.
And is she wanted?
Indeed she is. For conspiracy, treason, and terrorism.
Now, I imagine, probably realistically, as someone who looks like Valentine asks about people who are also wanted, I'd imagine that some people would put 2 and 2 together and probably realize that, hey, that person asking about other wanted people, they're wanted too.
You'd be right. That's why it's not safe for you out here very much anymore. Granted, the civilians, they probably don't much care. They just don't want to give up their resources to someone they don't know. But the bounty hunters, the guards, even knights, looking to bring these villains to justice, destroying nearly everything, or at least attempting to, and conspiring with the known terrorist and criminal Ausar King, there could be no greater shame.
I see. Well, has anyone tried to attack Valen during this 3-month span?
Of course. Guards
Of
alike,
course.
they might not know who you are, but they could be scared, especially after everything. Maybe they know who you are, maybe they don't.
I see. Oh, this is lovely. Attacking a monster that who approaches in good grace, in good intentions. However, okay. Well, for a majority of these attacks, she won't fight back. She'll run away. Because she doesn't want to fight. She doesn't want to. But so I guess that's how I'm going to spend the majority of that 3 months, collecting food for Big Bear. Trying to get information, any and all information I can on my friends, and if I get attacked, be it by true happy guards, people who actually want to bring Valentine in, if in most cases she'll run away, if not all. I guess that's how I'm going to spend the 3 months of my time.
I assume that you've probably taken up residence in that underground lab, yeah?
Yep.
Well, that's good.
No, it's not. But I heard something in your voice. That's not good.
Well, Grizzly, though becoming a little bit more active, is still in that hibernative state. The more that he eats and every day that goes by, for those 3 months, for lack of a better term, you were nursing him back to health, and he was in bad shape. He could stay awake longer then, but he still wasn't good. He would impart some knowledge to you, information about the people who used to live here, about what used to go on here. That this laboratory was where he once lived. That this Oh my goodness. What? Oh my goodness. That this laboratory, most of all... Okay, I'll put you back down. My child decided to get angry. Go. That he used to live here. That he himself was an experiment created by Dr. Adani Everan. That he and his brother Doku fled, at least attempted
Doku?
to. Yes.
Dope.
He would tell you all about the last time he saw Doku. And more importantly, the first time that he saw Doku. Getting him out of his vat. And he points over to the fourth one. And the last time he saw him was when he was plastered on a wanted poster all across this place. Only saw it when the people who used to stay here came back, brought him in, along with one of the other people on that wanted poster, before they left.
I see.
From what it seemed, Marquis had saddled up with the residents of this laboratory in Grove, and they left. They fled right before the fighting broke out. And for Doku and everyone else, he didn't know. But Grizzly had hoped to see him again, but he couldn't much move because of the injury. One that was supplemented with what used to be grove magic, natural genesis. But magic didn't work the same anymore. It was like something turned off. And all the magics that were sustaining him, well, they were failing. And were it not for Valen coming, he would have been dead a lot sooner, but he's not sure he's going to even make it through this.
What Genesis am I again?
You're natural, absolutely.
At some point during this conversation, she'll extend her arm and go, I produce natural Genesis.
I'm not an animal, kid. I'm not going to eat you.
I heal a lot.
You're a strange kid.
I too am a creation, so yeah, I guess I am.
Well, I guess monsters and weirdos gotta stick together, huh?
She'll let out a little sigh and go, yeah, we do.
At the end of those 3 months, with everything finally settling, and this new cord found with Grizzly, night would come that day, and all would be still, as most nights were. This area, blasted and ruined, while there had been some effort to rebuild, it certainly wasn't happening overnight. And for most part, you were left alone, until one fateful night, where sleeping in the corner, as you often did, you heard voices hushed in the night. You heard the rattling of the rusted metal that led to your new home. And eventually, you heard that metal pull back, and you saw the moonlight creep in from above. That's when you saw a figure descend. A figure hard to make out in the dark, followed by another and another. And
Identify yourself. Oh, wait.
that's where we're going to pause on yours.
Okay.
Because it's time to explain exactly who these people are. Nine months after the Central City incident, through time and space, did two people fall from these portals again, having traveled through time and escaped the detonation of the Apex. A tired doctor and a curious spider. Tessotoire and Genevieve, you arrive. Well, first off, Genevieve, are you here yet?
No.
Looks like Genevieve's character, or player rather, is not back from the bathroom yet. I really stretched that scene out hoping that he would make it.
Identify yourself.
Uh-oh.
I am back.
Complete. Just made it. Perfect. I'll reset the scene then. Descending the ladder, three silhouettes appear. One after another, they begin to reach the bottom of this laboratory that you now call home, Valen. And now we jump over to them. Through time and space, a tired, worn down doctor and a curious spider emerge. Dr. Genevieve, Valentina, and Tessotoire Nisipuri. I'm sure I butchered that. Both of you arrive at the same time, 9 months after the Central City incident. Surrounded by outdated industry. Wherever you've ended up certainly isn't the city of Iris. And for those who ever decided to take a trip, you would know by the railways and by the wooden buildings and the rather calm air that while you were still on the Irisian countryside, you would have found yourself in the town or the small city of Halfdir, a midway point between the two major cities of the Irisian country. In a flash, you've arrived, falling just a few feet, almost as if you've woken up from a dream where you were falling endlessly. And as you hit the ground, you're back. Tuare, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Good. You've arrived at the town of Halfdir with Genevieve at your side. Genevieve is also here, of course, and you are both here. It's
Holy
about
fuck, you're alive.
yeah.
When you said I fell several feet, I just assumed that in a moment of utter lack of grace and exhaustion from you know, battle with Alsar, where shreds, she more or less just falls on her face, Mr. Bean style.
Makes sense.
Or it's just like in a book. It's like,
Tori's on his back with his legs curled up, like a spider who died.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Slowly pulls herself up out of the dirt. Anybody else alive?
Holy shit, you're alive, doctor. Is what Twari would
Reaches
say.
a hand over, like still on the ground, just grabs one of his legs to make sure that he's actually there. Thank God. I saw everybody spiral off into the energy, and I thought I was going to be alone.
On second thought, I don't think making Boris go nuclear was the best idea. But we're alive.
I kept telling you, messing with the heart of a primal was a fucking awful idea. But it saved our lives.
It was.
Holy shit. Never doing that again.
I don't think I could even do that again, even if I wanted to.
Thank the gods for that.
Yeah, I'd agree with you.
Okay. Situation. Where are we? I think I've been out this way. We're outside the city.
And we should probably stay outside the city, considering we're still probably wanted criminals.
Probably right.
Yes. I will say that you would be able to see Iris in the sky, albeit quite a fair distance away. Certainly something you couldn't reach on foot.
Looking at it and going, well, at least it didn't plummet out of the sky. That's nice.
Knock on wood, and Bars get knocked on a nearby tree.
Okay, where? I'm looking around. She looks around and goes, okay, I remember driving through this. Yeah, I drove through here before a couple times when Doctor and I were trying to get this out. This is healthier. We're a fair distance away. I hope what we did with when we dealt with the council and with the king, right? So, I hope the city's all right.
I don't know. I don't even know how long we've been gone for. We just kind of popped out.
Right. I would say that he would have only been gone for maybe minutes, but Last time we got sucked into a Genesis Nexus, we popped that month.
Yes, when you mess with this type of stuff, that tends to happen. Anyways, are we going back in that direction? Or are we going in the opposite direction of the floating prison?
Every instinct I have is telling me to run the other direction. I don't know where the rest are. I don't know what happened to them. I can't, in good conscience, leave the city like that. Which of me to say, but as much as I was always downplaying our position, we instigated a rebellion. Be responsible. Gotta go make sure things work out. Don't care
That
if I
makes
want.
sense, but who?
I care about that city.
And that is completely fair of you. However, we don't know where if the others spawned here like us, but at certain different points in time, or anywhere else.
I can always ask around, see if anybody's seen anybody. Probably check if there's
Do
any
you
wanted
think
posters on.
we could check that? But I wouldn't go around saying, "Hey, we're the two traders looking for a trader, friends."
That's why I said that. He's, see our faces and try to collect the bounty. What about you? What do you intend to do? I know you had a
I
very,
got
very
some art. I got some art card business, but I won't be opposed to helping any operation you might have in mind. Even though I'm not strongly connected to that city, my most favorite benefactor is currently 6 feet under in the grave, or wherever happened to his body. And yeah. And besides, I gotta stick it to that blue, flamey-haired dickhead Bacchanitis at some point. But there's more important things to be had.
there's that cult business. And still,
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to the city. I want to see if I can't find the others. Make sure they're all right. Some people.
I need to get in contact with a certain person. I will leave it at that.
But if you need to find me, I'm going to be in the city, and I'm going to try and make sure the place doesn't crash and burn. As I remember it, last time we were in the city, the last we left it, the whole place was in.
You're going to need a lot of guilt and other support structures for that, Doctor. I don't pity what you're trying to do, but I wish you the best of luck, nonetheless.
More than likely, I'm not going to be able to be the one affecting the change, but I'm going to try and get the people who can together. And if you're willing to contribute, like you said, I'm pretty sure we.
You have my contact information already. I will be hiding him away in my library, trying to make a new Boris. But other than that, uh, yes and no.
In the meantime, though, I think we should see if we can. Let's get rid of it myself.
There
I'll
is
keep-
one thing that I would like to mention about your primordial heart. Would you still have that part,
Oh,
Torre? I'm pretty sure that it did break. Yeah, looking back on it, it did break. That was my only question. I'm sorry. Continue.
You actually put it inside a box chest.
Yeah, he did.
and temporarily made him the sun god. But yes. I'll tell you if I hear of anything. You keep me in touch. I'll give you any information that might be valuable in fighting a rebellion.
If all goes
So
well,
from what it
there won't-
seems like,
if all goes well, there won't be a rebellion. but I was always a pessimist, so
We just hear an explosion in the background. You were saying?
Yeah, no. Thankfully, Halfdir has been relatively untouched. Being a hub, it's not really seen the most of the fighting. But from what it seems like, you two are going your separate ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
if a
thankfully.
search around Half Deer doesn't turn up anybody, then it's the case.
Yeah. Well, you'll find very similarly what you would have found. Well, rather what you may have heard from the bit with Valen, but I will reiterate it. Wanted posters are certainly there, albeit digitized. Halfdir is not entirely up to date as Iris or Valspar are, but they are still technologically advanced. They still have television. I just say they're about 30 years behind from where Iris was. Even then, the information that you're able to get, the news broadcasts that you're overhearing, they're detailing updates on the war front. That the insurrectionist forces have been pushed back more and more every day, but the fighting is nowhere near done. And that the spokesperson of the council comes on almost weekly to give an update on squashing those who would stand against progress and peace. Traitors such as Karn, not Karn, I apologize. No, he's certainly not. Such as Oris Prath and oh darn, I had his name, and 10th District Pillar Knight, 10th District Pillar Knight, Rorik. There we go. The 10th District Pillar Knight Rorik, and even the 8th District Pillar Knight Torrent, who all were rather open supporters of Ausar, had betrayed the city and stood with the people. And in doing so, it caused that fighting that could have been crushed in just a few hours to become a much more arduous process. Not to mention all of the knights and subsequently the guardsmen who also abandoned their posts to fight on the side of the people. But you are all still wanted. Millions of Irisian Sil sits on each of your heads. For the capture or the death, confirmed death, of you and your companions. You would also know that just 3 months ago was the bloodiest battle that the insurrection had seen. The largest insurrection force bringing out everything that they could to try and push back the Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard, the Irisian Guard, quickly stomped out by the arrival of Pillar Knight of the 3rd District, Jorn Vettel. A massive dragon. Within a few weeks, 1/4 of the entire Undercity was laid under siege and destroyed. Fighting has quelled quite a bit since then. Though skirmishes have taken place, there has not been another large-scale battle of that size since. Both sides were left licking their wounds, and the casualties listed into the thousands. But you cannot find your friends. Now, if you two were to go your separate ways, most likely the best way would be by train. And since Halfdir has a train station, in fact, that's pretty much where you guys fell, I can only assume that you guys would probably buy separate train tickets and go your different ways. Would I be correct in assuming so?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Yes.
Though in
Mm.
Genevieve's case, she's going to make use of an aspect of or a subset of her abilities that she doesn't utilize, and that is her ability to manipulate her own genesis and by extension her body. And she's going to use it with some of her abilities to alter her physical appearance, as well as casting aside what is now her. Hopefully, being able to use what money she has to purchase a new set of clothes, cast aside her ruined, burned, and battered, and slashed lab clothing, burn it or toss it in a bin. Now dressed in basically just a t-shirt, jacket, and jeans, and now looking distinctly younger. Her best
Certainly
attempt,
not a bad.
also minus glasses in her best attempt at trying to.
Certainly isn't a bad idea. Now, Tuare, we're going to jump to you first, as Genevieve will be coming about at a slightly later time, and I want to pick up both of your stories here. So for now, Tuare, what is your plan?
I'm actually going to try to go up to Valspar because I know for damn sure that that's where another part of my archives is at.
You'd be correct.
And yeah, I'm
Saying,
gonna.
I will happily kick that off then.
Mhm.
Saying your goodbyes to Genevieve, wishing her luck, and catching the next train to Valspar. The trip takes about half a day. Valspar is right at the edge of the border, and when you arrive to the Marble City, a place that is, frankly, even more high tech in some aspects, even more. What's a good word? Even more enraptured with its own image than Iris. Valspar, the glistening city of marble, is a city of innovation. Some people would frankly, were it not for Iris being so pre-established, even argue that Valspar in its recent years, in the past 100 or so, Valspar has become a hub of technology and a hub of resource. This is where the rich and the lavish spend their time when they are not handling business in the city of Iris. Valspar is a hub of many things. It is a hub of greed, and it is a hub of progress. And as you arrive, you are met with both. Now, about your archive. What will you be doing here?
One of two things. One, getting to it, and two, trying to contact Mrs. Spider Lady so I can tell her, hey, I didn't flunk out on you. I'm honoring our deal still.
That's
I
fair.
didn't fucking leave and just goodbye.
That's fair. I'm gonna go with the idea that you were probably calling her first. Mainly
Mhm.
because in Valspar, you find it very hard to locate where your archive is. You know that it's here. But you can't find it nearly as clearly as you could when you were in Iris, especially in the 3rd district where you were. The phone rings and rings and rings just for a bit. And even by pulling up your phone, you'll notice that there are several missed calls. Eventually, you realize that the line goes dead. And as you pull your phone back to make the call again, a call from an unknown number reaches out to you.
I will answer it.
Well, 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 Thickums, I didn't think to hear your voice in a very long time.
Actually, about that, how long have I been gone for? Like, I hate to cut off like any chit chat real quick, but I'm curious about that.
Oh, dear, you've been gone almost a year. It's been 9 months.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I didn't expect, or I should have honestly expected something like that to happen.
Well, I thought you were dead, so I didn't expect a call.
Touching. Anyways, I'm in Valspar right now. I don't know where you're at, but I am a spider, a Sparasa of my word, and I know where my archive is, or not necessarily. I just know it's here in Valspar, and you wanted access to it. Yes.
Oh, of course. In fact, I've been doing quite a bit of research on my own since you vanished, Thickums. I never expected to find them. But I've got myself a lead. So, just luck would have it, I'm in Halfdir. I'll see you soon.
Good. Good. And I assume that's where the line will cut.
Yeah, you'll hear a crack as the line cuts.
I just like imagine she just took the fucking phone and just cracked it in half and then threw it away.
That's exactly what she did.
Oh, I'm not using that anymore. Just fucking.
Before the crack, I should say, you get a notification on your phone just as it goes through, detailing some coordinates. Coordinates, just looking them up on iMaps. Gets to an area just on the edge of Valspar in a pretty populated area. Lack of a better term, Hollywood Hills. A place where the mansions will be littering this whole place. You're told to wait there. Later that night, another half a day train ride later, basically, you wait around for what would basically be until the wee hours of the morning, and you hear that familiar voice. Oh, Thickums, it's so good to see you alive and in one piece.
Twari, who's having a pleasant dream, gets woken up by the oh shit. Just Twari's just like frolicking in the field. Hello, there goes. Anyways, oh shit. Oh, hello. Yeah, I was kind of dozing off there. I didn't expect you to take that long.
Well,
Anyways, you have yes.
Yes, well, I'm certain you know by now, but magic doesn't work the same as you left. I couldn't just teleport here, my network is much more thin, and frankly, it's lucky that the engines on the train still work, but I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, thank you. And she'll kind of walk past you, push you to the side a little bit, as the location that she wanted to meet you at was outside the gate of a large mansion. She walks up, places her hand on the panel to the right, a light emits, it glows, and the gate opens.
Oh.
She turns back to you and goes, "Welcome to my home. Please, make yourself comfortable. You can swindle out of that little getup you've got on and get you something comfortable, Thickums."
Just call me Twari. But yeah, I'll take your offer up on that.
Entering into the lavish and luxurious mansion, you'd find very quickly just how well off this woman is. Far more well off than she would have let on back when you first met her in the bakery. Albeit, you knew the Bioto was more than meets the eye. Byoto was interesting. And as you finally made your way in to this home, it is just as lavish on the inside as it is on the outside. She gives you some time, dusts you, lets you dust off. She does have clothes that would fit you, which is concerning. But
Huh? 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 Just
but most of all, after your time to decompress, she would beckon you over to her fireplace, where she sat on a small rocking chair. Well, a large rocking seat, I should say. She has a giant spider's thorax to relax on.
indeed. Anyways, fireplace, warm. What's going on? Joking.
Well, I think it's time to pay up your end of the bargain, Thickums.
I hate it here. I hate. For just said, I hate it here.
She is very quick to kind of give you a little pshaw hand wave. Goes, oh, come now, that comes later. She'll stand up. She gets up from her seat and she trails over to the fireplace. Beside them are two sconces. She reaches out her arms, basically, grabs both of them, and pulls. As she does, the whirring of machinery squelches the fire, and after squelching the fireplace itself slides open, revealing an elevator. She steps inside, once again using her hand as authorization, and then keeps one of her legs out to keep the elevator door open and goes, "Come now, honey, we have much to do."
Did you actually buy this mansion, or did you just break and enter?
Oh, honey, I didn't buy this mansion. I built it.
Oh, where did you? Do you know that? I'll ask questions later.
Yes, please do, because I have a lot to do and I'm a very busy woman. Come on, come.
Mm-hmm. And I'll get in the elevator.
As the doors close behind you, there's only one floor, and it's just arrows, basically. It's down and up. Hitting down, you begin to descend. And descend you do for quite some time. Until eventually, you've descended down and down, and there, as the doors open, the elevator rustles and stops. Doors
Mhm.
open and reveal a massive stone door, seemingly warped into the remnants of a long buried ruin. These doors would look familiar to you. These
Oh,
were the
that's
doors to your archive.
yeah. That's why you would just say it out loud. Oh, this is just rather hilarious.
Yes, well, when I first located these ruins, they were doing some digging, and they located something strange. So I had to have it, of course. And I built my home on top of it. I had them bury it again. Unsightly.
I see. Well, at least none of the government officials could get to it first. Not that they could get inside.
Oh,
Anyway,
no. They tried very hard to get inside, but they couldn't do it. Not through
how many
drill.
bodies? How many bodies are buried underneath you?
Oh, I don't know. Probably 3.
That was a joke. Good to know. Good to know.
Either way, she beckons you and goes, "Now, please, Mr. Archivist, do your magic with your hands."
And I will do my magic with my hands.
Oh, my.
I, I roll. I roll to die anyways.
You open these long, decrepit doors. Now, as a flashback to your previous excursion into these archives, the last archive had fused physically with the basement of an old, rotted out house.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be the actual doors to your archive, but when the doors slide open, there are two notable chunks missing. In particular, the one that still held your Rubinomicon, basically, your little cube, your Runenomicon, I guess is what I'll call it, and the other missing part. Specifically, while the one that you found was your workshop, the leftmost one was the one that held your closest relic. The center, well, the center is more of a memorial. It is books. It is a tablet that depicts the names of those archivists who came before you, the ones who would defend this archive and who died doing so in service to the Guadillian monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all that's in here. The other, thankfully, while missing, you know where to fill in the blanks. But sadly, and most importantly, the treasured relics that are on the leftmost side of your archive are gone.
Oh, this is
Bioto
just.
steps in. Yeah, Bioto
Us.
steps in before you. Sorry, no. She goes, well, that's disappointing. Some dusty old books. But I'm sure they're worth something.
Was expecting the relic hall to be here, but guess I gotta do some more digging at some point.
Oh, no, you won't have to do that, Thickums. What do you think I've been doing this whole time?
Well, that's good to know.
My
Anyway.
dear...
Mm-hmm.
She kind of walks on up to you, just she kind of tap, spiders her way over to you, and she squeezes at your arms, and she kind of grabs your face and checks it around and go, you may need a little more cooking before you go after your next piece.
I summoned the sun god on top of that tower. I think I'm already cooked enough.
Maybe. But I've already located the last piece of your archive.
Where is it at? If you know. Or, well, you do know. Where is it at?
If you know, I just said I
If-
know.
I
Listen,
just said it.
slap.
Maybe you're right about not being cooked.
You're not all there yet. Tuare, have you ever heard of the Abyss?
Don't fucking tell me.
And that's where we're going to cut that. Most likely, yes. Your last archive piece is buried beneath the sealed doors of the Abyss.
What a place for the fucking spawn.
Yeah,
It's like a
definitely
fucking-
not easy.
It's like a Minecraft stronghold. It's just it just generates one of the most awful.
In the worst possible places. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you fuck with timey-wimey bullshit. But now we jump over to Genevieve. Genevieve, are you here?
I am indeed.
Saying your goodbyes to Tuare as he heads off for Valspar, you wait just a little longer to get into the city of Iris. Not a lot of trains, especially with all the fighting, still run to the Undercity station. Thankfully,
Sales for tickets into Iris are at all time.
yes, it's definitely not a matter of money, it's a matter of risk. You were very lucky to get a ticket on the same day, as usually they only come around twice a month. But with a little bit of luck on your side, and a little bit of a daring conductor, and armed guards surrounding you in pretty much every turn, your journey to the city of Iris begins again. As the train chugs along, and the familiar smell of magical genesis burns in your nose, being used as this fuel. It's hard to forget what exactly is fueling this thing. But
City go.
yeah. Thankfully, well, at least to the people's eyes, the people who are going into the city seem to be opportunists. Mercenaries who are looking for a quick buck to fight on either side. People looking to salvage whatever they can from the devastation. And worried families who are looking for their unresponsive members. The trip takes about a day. Iris is a little bit further from Halfdir than it is from Valspar. And while it's certainly not a comfortable ride, definitely quite a few sounds of potential gunfire from the guards who are now adorning this place, ready at any moment to shoot down any armed visitors who they would rather, more than not, get rid of. You have 24 hours before you enter the city's range. Do you do anything during that time, Genevieve?
I don't suppose my phone has a connection.
I mean, it still would. Halfdir had connection.
Well, doing a quick check-in to see how the situation has progressed or not. Potentially maybe getting in contact. Seeing if might be risky to call people using what is basically an unsecure line. Yeah, I'm gonna check in on the situation. I'm gonna see stuff like
Just checking the internet.
yeah, check the link for it.
Iristagram, or rather iNet.
Yeah, the iNet. That's it. Checking the iNet. Getting up to speed on news, making sure, like checking with the camera that that I don't look like Genevieve.
Certainly don't. You would get caught up to speed pretty quickly. The news is flooded with information about the war and the insurrection, rather. They refuse to call it a war. It's always been seen as a rebellion, an insurrection. It's spoken on very heavily. Grove is often brought up, and you would discover not only the information of the blasted fourth of the Undercity, but the massacre that took place. There would also be, 3 months ago, you would also know that you've been gone for almost 9 months.
She's looking at this, she's seeing all this information, and she's like, we destroyed the council. Who the hell is still running the show?
That is a question that is on a lot of people's minds. As while the council is seemingly gone, there are representatives that still speak for them. Maybe just talking heads, or headpieces, I should say. Maybe they have some sort of power, but there has certainly been some vying for power. You would also know that, especially since the Torsen family was expunged of their noble status and their heirs were executed, that there's been a bit of a power vacuum. And the remaining noble families have tried their best to take the reins on that situation. Not excluding, the Greiger family. There we go, sorry, I had to go through, my brain went quiet. The Greiger family, in particular Iliaster von Greiger III, who has seemingly taken the reins as, while the Torsen family has been stripped of their noble titles, and the other 3 noble families, including the Lior family, are not in a position to take up the mantle. The Greigers thought that in their humanitarian efforts to better the city, that it would be them to take up the reins.
reading this. She's just going to be shaking her. Seeing the Greiger stepping forth in pompous snot. Start taking.
Now, will you be making any calls, Genevieve?
Considering how much of a police state that Iris is, even if it were still in the throes at the beginning of the revolution, and she could rely on just the amount of informational noise that's happening, and how busy anybody who's listening in might be too busy to listen on communication she has. This is 9 months afterwards. Things have settled down. It's quiet.
Well, I say that it's quiet. The bloodiest battle that has been stated in the insurrection happened just 3 months ago. There are still attacks going on. It's certainly not quiet, and the media is abuzz right now.
It sounds to me like the war's at least cooled.
It's certainly cooled beyond where it was, but it is still very much inactive. I mean, it's still very much active. You can tell because it seems like every week there's another sensationalized news article about the insurrectionists attacking a convoy and this and that. Clearly, propaganda is running amok.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing about Iris seems to have changed. All the people in the middle management and propaganda offices are probably just working like usual. Now with the head cut off, they're probably just working on reflex, muscle memory. She's gonna pull up. She's going to pull up Donnie's number. She's gonna send just a few words. This number's still active.
You receive a message almost immediately. Who is this? Question mark.
She thinks for a second, head tilting back, sitting in her seat in the train. Gone for 9 months. Considering it, then for a moment she decides to. Would this be a smart idea? Probably given how much of an emotional state he might be in. Ah, fuck it. I almost just died, and so did everybody else. Jenny, back from maternity leave.
Maternity leave?
It's been 9 months.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Beautiful. Okay.
There's a long silence. It feels like it goes on for a lot longer, but frankly, it's probably only like 5 minutes.
After a couple minutes have passed, if he's still not responding, he's like, just kidding. It's Genevieve.
You know, right as you're about to send, it's Genevieve, you get a message, and it says, "Meet me at my office."
Not the response I was expecting. Probably wasn't happy with that. Yeah. And so yeah, her when she gets back.
Well,
to office, her first
there's something important. Donnie doesn't have an office.
That's true. He has a Radio Shack.
It's actually a stereo shack.
I'm sorry. The Stereo Hut, yes.
The stereo hut. Yeah, there we go.
They send back. Who is this?
No response. But what does I'm sorry, there is a response. He doesn't respond to the question. But instead, you get a picture. looking from out the window. Oh,
Thank you for
he's like, thank you, Grim. Everybody, please water.
straighten yourself.
Where's my water? There's my water. Ah, hydration. Ah, there we go. You're sent a picture. Of that picture, you can see a familiar sight. A sight that you used to see almost every day. From inside of an office, looking out the window to the central tower of the 4th District University. This is your old office.
Pull her gun out from her. Check the magazine is loaded. Slide it. Split it. This person's being cagey, and I'm cagey as well in response. Someone's taken up residence in my own office. Send back just
You get a.
in one word.
Oh, go on. Mhm. You receive. We'll be waiting.
Okay. Next plan of action is when I get in by a train.
Well, thankfully, that's actually not too difficult from where your train ends. The Irisian guardsmen do not want people entering the city, absolutely. But it would be worse to have potential refugees taking shelter in a war zone like this. It would only make the population angrier. And so, when you land at the train station, which at this point in the Undercity has been completely overwhelmed and locked down, not only with the robotic machinery that is, or the machinery that is the Clockwork Army and the droids that they have, but moreover, guardsmen and even knights have been positioned there to hold this location. But there is roving transportation. To get those, at least most of those who need to get up to the top, those who look as if they're supposed to be there, not dirty and disheveled, those who aren't here armed to the teeth, get them up to the city. Make it seem like everything is fine for the visitors who need to be there.
If somebody asks what I might like, what my profession is, what I might offer by going up and say I'm a medical doctor, a trained paramedic. So they're looking for people to help patch folks up.
Well, that'll certainly help, Doc. Identification.
Take out my magical
Ouch.
which doesn't work anymore. Think that. I don't have any working ID besides Genevieve. This is a bind.
Now, from a DM perspective, you can alter your body. You just can't use the image. Or rather, you can't use the magic on the ID, the fake ID.
The ID itself is fake, but the transformation is.
You yourself could transform yourself and then just take up this assume the ID.
You know, you're absolutely correct. That's a good point. It's probably something that she would have remembered. Before coming in, I would change my features to suit, or even just like while we're talking, and he's distracted looking at the false ID. And very suddenly start changing different parts of my facial structure in sort of a slow transition, so it's not immediately recognizable. So when he looks up back from the ID, and look like the or at least close to the image on the.
Yeah, you see him look down at the ID. He looks back up. He looks back down. He's like he's not sure, and then he looks back up again, and you've changed completely. And he goes, "Oh, all right, Doc. Well, hey, anything to help out the effort. Get yourself on up there."
The way I might explain the sudden new wrinkles is that you don't notice them until you start looking. Good,
Yeah,
a great concealer.
great. Making your way, you along with 7 others are loaded onto a transport ship. The ship takes off, and you are quickly ascended back to the city. There's quite a bit of discontent, unrest in the ride up. Several people there are reporters, others are businessmen. You're the only doctor. And as you look down through the windows of this transport ship, you can really get a scale of the devastation and the battle. Considering that a quarter of it was blasted away by the fires of a metal dragon, and the rest of it is covered and littered, and from what you can really only tell, the remnants of fighting, there seems to be barely any power down there. There's barely any lights. It's certainly still an active war zone. And the reporters that you're flying with, you hear the camera clatter, and they take pictures, and they go, "It's terrible. Those people are animals. Look what they did."
Just turning to them, she's going to consider it for whether she should break cover. Whether or not it might make a difference. If she says anything, it's just going to be scrubbed out of any. Because if these guys are in the pocket of the government, it's all going to be scrubbed out of the footage, and then just understand her brother should say, they're not the ones who stick to drag people. Just not even audible over the engines of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Your ascent to the tower is complete. Rather, your ascent to the city in the sky is complete. Another 10 minutes. As you reach that climbing altitude, and you can see, for the first time in a long time, the Tower of Iris and the aftermath of what happened. While mostly intact, the apex that peaked above the clouds and climbed for quite a bit, considering the elevation that you were all at. Yeah, me too, kid. Or my child's telling me to shut up. Just be nice. Looking at it, you can see that a good chunk of the top shattered. While the remainder of the tower is still intact and seemingly glowing, that same purple glow that it always did, it grows fainter and fainter as it ascends to the top. The apex is no more, but from what you can tell, repair efforts have already begun. Trying to find ways to rebuild the tower. And while they've only made a little bit of progress, you can hear from the muttering, "Looks like it's going better than everyone said." "Yeah, well, I hope so. It's been months. They kicked off right away." "Yeah, those counselors, they know what they're doing. They know how to kick things off fast." "Well, that and the Greiger head and everyone else is dead set on bringing that thing back. I don't know how they intend to do it now that magic don't work."
2 new names have been very well. One name was already at the top of her shit list, that being Geiger. New name has come up on the list though, close second. Counselors. It's a mental.
you land finally. And at the airpad, you are given the same spiel, identification, this, that, and the other. What is your state of business here? But eventually, you are let free. Now, in the 10th district, at least what it once was, a rundown factory warehouse, more of a culmination of a industrial park, if anything, now has been converted into a makeshift landing area and military installations. Certainly not good for the people who are already there, but frankly, they weren't in much better states to begin with when they first arrived, so it's not uncommon. Presumably, though, you would be heading straight to where you had to go, unless I'm incorrect. Where would Genevieve go from here?
What time she spends wasting going back and forth, the more time she's liable to get caught. She's currently in guise. Besides dropping in someplace to grab some food, and well, she's been underway for a while now. She'll be heading straight to the 4th district. She needs to touch base with as many people as possible and waylay any attempts to try and rebuild the tower. Hopefully, get a concentrated effort going to knock the knees out from the bragger.
Your journey over to the 4th district is certainly not difficult. Certainly more difficult than it would have been with your van, but you're not quite sure where it is yet. You haven't really been able to check.
It's not in the old place either. It's not where we parked it.
Yeah, it's definitely not where it was. If it was, you would have assumed it had been repoed by now, because it's been 9 months.
Services, I swear. For all I know, that thing's been pulled apart somewhere and like shipped in pieces to the Undercity.
Ain't that funny?
I bet some asshole was using it for junk parts. Doesn't even know the worth of it. Probably some road warrior type wearing it, but you know.
Road warrior type, yeah, probably, honestly. As you make your way into the administration building, it's unlocked, usually always is. You make your way to your old office. Ironically, the last time that you were here was when you were checking on the office of Dr. Valentine, who was next door to yours. It was haunted, yes. The haunted office. As you make your way to the old door, and you remember walking through these hollowed halls, back when you had a bit more stable of employment and weren't a wanted criminal, the windows have been covered. There's no way to see inside. And as you stand before the door, you could swear that you hear nothing. Eerily quiet.
Soundproof. Adjusting her coat to make sure she has a clear path to draw her gun if she absolutely has to. A reserve of knives she has tucked underneath her waistband. She'll open the door.
Opening the door, it looks like your old office. Admittedly, there's nothing in there. The desk is there, and the chair, and that view. But the moment you step inside, you feel something wash over you. It's like you're passing through plastic. And that feeling of it caking you, almost more of a spider web is a good way to express it. And as you do, there's a moment where your vision flickers. What you saw is no longer there. And instead, you're in another familiar place. You're in a circular room filled with books. In the back, a small balcony that overlooks the rest of this city, at least this district.
Poor girl.
Well, I never expected to see you come back so fast, Dr. Genevieve.
Is she behind me?
She's behind you, isn't she? Yes, she is.
It slowly turned and was like, I was wondering when the next time I get to speak to you was. Didn't expect to be abducted a second time. I suppose that's
Well,
become a habit between us.
Well, if I have anything to say about it, no. But you kicked off such a large-scale plan and threw the city into disarray even before I had the chance to meet you at your little underground facility that Oris told me about.
You didn't exactly have the luxury of time. Star was set to be executed. Just to move up the schedule.
Yes, that was a tragedy in of itself. But
He gave himself for the city. His daughter.
yes, that does not surprise me. If I'm being honest, there's only one or two Pillar Knights who are hard enough headed to believe that what was said about Alsa was true. And well, of course, it was the hotheads who pushed this war, and for most of us, it was all we could do but survive, let alone fight the civilians who rose up against us.
Dragon torched quarter of the Undercity. Thousands of innocents killed.
And it was painted as a detonation. With a snap, Jaya will manifest a screen in front of you. I've lost all of the powers that I had developed over these years, but thankfully, there is one thing that I am able to do now, and that, and she snaps again, is recall any information and make it into a little bit of a portal. And in doing so, she snaps again, and these screens that pop up are showing broadcasts that she had recorded. Broadcasts of the news coverage of the attack, broadcasts of when the tower detonated, broadcasts of your own wanted posters, and your own bulletins being explained. Even of your old broadcast, as more and more continue to pop up. Everything looks to be an attack from Grove and an attack from Greshik. Though I must admit it is far-fetched. Enough people are willing to put their money into it and buy it. The council wants to expand, and with Gregor at the helm leading the nobles, and what remains of the council still flickering about in the background, I fear that they are going to continue to push far beyond this.
I was wondering who was pulling the strings. I only came in a couple days ago. Dropped in somewhere around Halfdeer. It's kind of refreshing to have a clear image of who your enemy is.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. But I already knew you dropped in. She'll turn and whistle, just. And I doubt that picked up.
It did.
Oh, good. Wow. Wow. Anyways. In doing that, you hear footsteps kind of descending from the upper area. This circular area does have a staircase that leads up a little higher. It's more of a sleeping area, but you hear thump, 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 thump. Yeah, what's going on? Did it work? Oh, Jenny. You made it.
It's just a pained smile as she sees him come down. And she's gonna go up and she's gonna hug.
Yeah, he was already on his way to do that, so he meets you halfway. I don't thought they got you, Jenny. I didn't.
I don't know if I'd see
I
you.
couldn't.
Just scared for a moment when I had texted your number, and then I'm glad you're okay.
I was gonna be fine, Jenny. They saw you come on in once, and then I kicked you out. They ain't say nothing to me aside from a couple of questions, but they done left me alone. But they done said that you were a traitor and a criminal, and
Well,
then I knew what you were gonna do.
well, they're right on all counts.
Well, they ain't right about one thing. You know, well,
Donnie, I've gone from being a school teacher to breaking and entering, terrorism, regicide, and a complete and utter 180 against the city and everything it represents. I'm a criminal and I'm a traitor to the city of Iris, and I can say with 100% confidence that I've never felt more justified in any of my actions in my life.
well, that's certainly kind of here, 'cause I've been getting some work done.
Well, I've definitely got some work ahead of me. I thought after the tower exploded that I was, well, first I thought I was dead. I thought, well, c'est la vie, right? And then I find out that Riker's rebuilding the tower. This new council, hell they are. And something new's popped up in me, and it's boiling my blood. And for the first time in my life, I think I'm actually ready to kill somebody.
Well,
I'm not letting
he'll
Outsource
kind
do
of.
this, and all my other friends who I have not been able to find besides Fray, not letting that shit go to waste. What have you been working on?
Well, he'll kind of step back and cross his arms. I ain't heard that much fire out of your voice since about 15 years ago when you done saved them kids.
I
Yeah.
feel about the same as I did back then. Only now I've got 15 years of anger and rage. Just, Donnie, it scares me how much it feels like I'm ready to rip somebody's head off.
Well, you and half the damn city feel the exact same way. Uh, Dejaya, she'll kind of turn and go, I know, I'll leave you alone. I'll get the others. Yes. Well, don't thank me, I've not done anything yet. If anything, I've just been harboring criminals while I try and rebuild my little network. But it's becoming harder every day. I have some people to call.
Gonna give her a sharp smile and say, well, welcome to the rest of the criminal underworld. One of us now.
Well, as it seems, I'm not. I'm still a good fighter of the city of Iris, but yes,
Comes the word.
who even knows what that means anymore, you know? Anyways, I'm going to contact the others. Donnie, please show your lady friend everything we've been working on, and I believe she is the final piece. Now that we've confirmed that your little machine up top works, why don't we go and get this going? And she kind of waves him off, and he nods and takes your hand and starts heading up the stairs.
Gee.
Donnie leads you up to what was once a bedroom, now looks a lot more like his personal facility. Dejaya's bed is there, buried, but there. And in particular, there's several other cots that have just kind of been strewn about amidst tables and workbenches. But Donnie walks on up, points to an old TV that he's definitely retrofitted, like an old, a CRT TV. And he points at it and goes, "Now this might not look like much, but keep it as analog as possible. Make sure they can't see nothing. Oh, that gets me looking pretty good, now don't it?" And you see him flip on a few things, And as he flips it on, he presses the button on the TV, and the screen whites out, flares to life. And on the screen is two lines, two monitors, almost like a heart monitor. And these two lines are interwoven with each other. They look like a helix, as one green and one purple flow intermittently.
Genesis.
Both streams. I've been working on it even since before I done came about you again, Jenny. I've been trying to find a way to analyze everything, keep it all good. What I didn't do, sadly, was come and realize just how long it was going to take. But it's done, and he'll kind of go over to a little side piece, basically it's just a bare bones motherboard with a couple of flip switches that he's soldered onto it. He flips a few, and it starts to move in reverse. And as it moves in reverse, he goes, all right, and stop. And right there, he flips it again, it freezes, and the green line has flattened completely to the bottom of the screen, while the purple line has sharp spiked to the top. I finished this thing about 6 months ago. I've done found quite a few things that I've been able to find with this, and every time that one of these things spiked and the waves separated, well, Jenny, something big happened. And, well, directly to it.
That's what the explosion did. It threw us right
Tore a
into
hole
the
right
stream.
through. That's what we suspected. That's what Dejea suspected. I'm sure you noticed, but magic don't work nearly as good as it used to, if at all.
My old
We're
ID,
lucky that.
my old ID won't work anymore.
Yeah, leave it to the Pillar Knights. They can't even use spells. Spells don't work. Fireball, everything, even them magic missiles, nothing. Don't work. Can't pull it.
Well, if you've got a way of reading ambient Genesis, then oh my God, Donnie, you've made a massive breakthrough. You can not just predict this. You can tell when the next abyss is going to open. You can tell when a rift is going to happen. This is a huge breakthrough for Genesis science.
And I was lucky to complete it, but sadly I wasn't close enough. But there's something that I'm thinking that I tied together when I first got the reading about 3 months ago. Hell, I actually got two of them. And he'll scroll back again. Just 3 months ago, I got another reading. 2 weeks before the big attack on the Undercity. Not quite sure if that was due to Jorn tearing up the bottom of the place, but it could have been one of your friends coming on through. And then he flips it back 6 months. But I got another one just about that time too. Now, if you done popped out of the hole around the same time, it'll bring it all the way back to yours. Well, now that just makes it sense to me that every time one of y'all pops out, y'all are wounding up this Genesis stream. More importantly, on what it seems, every time you do, there's more fluctuation than before. That difference from natural, magical, they're gone. They change up. It takes days to recover. It's just like the abyss. Just what we got floating above at the apex right now. Something's wounding the world itself, Jenny. Something's really tearing it up.
This is exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Well, whatever done happened up in that tower, it was gonna get a hell of a lot worse if y'all didn't intervene.
They were trying to bring back this ancient king, some descendant or some ancestor of Ausar's, some sort of tyrant from way back in the days of Foundation, and he was going to make a wish. It was going to mess up everything. worse than the explosion did. If history tells me right, then the first time that wish was made, the first time he did that, that's how he got magic as it was. Second explosion is magic went through a whole nother transformation.
That's what we seen. Seems like you ain't never gonna have magic how we used to again. But there's been some weird resonance going on. People with powers popping up all over the place, Jenny. It's a mad. What was that? I heard something.
Pay no mind.
Yeah. Something's going on. People popping up with weird powers every day. It's the only reason that insurrection lasted as long as it did. Iris had to build all new weapons. They had to make sure that everything worked. We were lucky that most of the Irisium stuff that they had going wasn't just fueled off magic alone, just made it a little easier. But these people are running around like freaks, Jenny. Not to mention all the Pillar Knights that got these new weird abilities. Even Dejaya's got some weird ones.
Right, she mentioned
You kind of hear a... Yeah. I don't know what the world's gonna look like when this is all settled and done, Jenny, but I got a plan.
That's good. I came into the city ready to just start things from the ground up all by my lonesome. See, there's already something in place. It's good to not be alone.
Oh, it's just more than me and Dejaya.
Good. We need a lot of people if we're going to make some actual change.
That's what I can hope for, at least. I got wind on some while I was looking into that lab y'all hauled up in. That little Undercity one. And not the Undercity one, the one under the ground in the 5th District.
By Alan's mention.
Damn right. I did a little bit of digging into Dr. Valentine. Aside from the mystery behind her death and all that suicide, well, she had a lab. At least the lab got discovered a few years after the whole night program got situated. It was something apparently she worked on but never visited. It was down in the Undercity. Only downside, it's in all that mess. That quarter of the Ashlands they've been calling them. Somewhere there's a laboratory. A place that Valentine worked with. Dr. Adani, you remember him? He was working on one of them other projects.
Yeah, he worked.
He worked the Homunculus project, and he also helped work on Project Arden. It never really saw the light of day. But we found an old lab of his that got raided. He was practicing...
That's the Chimera program.
Close. It was working on mental magic. Crazy stuff I ain't never figured out. The Chimera project turned into what inevitably would be Valentine's own little project. And the Homunculus project later. But Valentine and Adani, they both died. Frankly, you're one of the only ones that's left from the night program too. But either way, I think I found it. And if I found it, that means that, well, I'll be able to find you too. And we might be able to find your friends.
Okay. If that's Adani's old lab, then hell, maybe that'll give us some insight into Goku's past. No, he was connected. I hope he's
Yeah, I ain't seen nothing of him.
Still mortal.
Well, he's still a kid.
Yeah. Did his best to prove me otherwise, but okay. Alright. I'm probably going to need to collapse for a little bit. It's been 9 months for you, but it's been a day since I fought. So I am sore.
Get some rest, Jenny. I'll be here, and well, in the morning when you ain't dead again, well, we'll get to move on.
Let's go hunt down these fluctuations.
And he'll Ouch. After collapsing that night, Genevieve, you would wake up the next day to a smuttering of voices. 3, 4, 5 different voices, all kind of coming together and speaking and talking. It stirs you from your sleep. And as you wake up, you find, most importantly, let me check something. There we go. Most importantly, through everything, the Donnie's voice is carrying over it. And most of all, if we get a move on and we get set on up, if there's any technology done left after they burn that place out, well, hell, we might even be able to get started on making these efforts of relief and everything too. But if this initiative is going to take us anywhere beyond getting shot in the back, well, we got to stay low. So if everything turns out good, we can set up a hydroponics farm. We can get some technology running through that place. Keep it real down low. They don't cut out through the ashlands, so it's lucky that John done blasted that place up completely to hell. They'll kind of look over and go, "Oh, good, Jenny, you're awake."
Herself out of her sleeping spot. Your hand's gonna scramble for a little bit in muscle memory, looking for a pair of glasses. And she's gonna realize she can see straight without them, and just blink fog out of her eyes. Okay, sleep needed, sleep gotten. What's the situation?
Well, we're heading off. Jay got a portal done ready for us. We're gonna head on right over there, and we're gonna find ourselves that little underground bunker. Looks like some of your friends actually led us to the right place, at least a little while ago.
Her eyes wide. Oh shit, let's go. Just like she grabs her jacket, she's going like, "Where's the portal?"
Downstairs, but I should clarify, Jenny, they went to this place. Looking into it, apparently there was talk about some strangers walking into a bar down over in that area before it got blasted to hell. Bunch of weird looking strangers. A clown. I remember you walking around with a clown. So, needless to say, if there's a weird place, there's probably weird people. And if there's weird people, you're going to find the thing you're looking for. Let's get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's get a move on then. And the scientists that are there, there's not many of them. There's a shorter elven girl. She's an ash elf, so she's got the dusty gray skin. There's a very tired looking half orc. In fact, one that you may very passingly remember as the bartender who worked with the trailer park Messiah when you were still traveling with Caladan. And of course there's Donnie. Back when you were trailer trash, there's Donnie, and then there's a gnome, a little gnome, admittedly, one who with purple hair is kind of stranded out, bald on the top. You wouldn't remember him, but I think Doku would later. But that comes later. You all head down the stairs, and Dejay is waiting. And as you travel through this portal, before you do, Dejaya snaps and an opening arrives. And she goes, and it forms in through the pages of the books around her, I should clarify. They form into a circle, and an energy begins to hum as you can see through into the blasted landscape that is the remnants of that city. And goes, "Well, I heard quite a little while ago that there was a man named Benku who you associated with. At least what it was Rorik who told me. There was some crazy drug lord in the 10th district that he could never find. It doesn't matter."
Of Benku, her face twists in disgust.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought. But either way, not only was he not apprehended, it was later found out that Karn Feldwick also worked with him, Pillar Knight of the 5th district. Which led Rorik to a very, very angry tantrum, but you know, it worked out in the end. Upon raiding his little shop when the news was hidden, we found word of a Grove export area. I believe that this is where this place is because they handed you a leaf. We found a bunch of fireproof leaves. Doesn't matter either way. What does matter is that this is where I believe it once stood. Uh, you may have to dig for some debris, but well, it's late enough now that it'll probably be okay. Get a move on. You never saw me, and from here on out, you will probably never speak to me again until this is all over. But don't die. Stay alive, and well, fight for the good of this city, please.
But my best efforts. Not dead yet.
Yes, I'm very glad for that. Now, let us kick this off.
Going to through the portal with a nod of thanks towards the sham.
One after another.
Enter
One
the
after
port
another.
noise.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. Valen, you hear the weird noises begin upstairs.
Also, is going to hear a mutter up.
I'm gonna kill that fucking dragon. Eventually, through looking, it takes about 10-15 minutes, but you find a rather burned to cinders, melted and twisted metal dumpster that has been knocked over on its side. And amidst all the debris and the dust, you find in this old concrete road, cracked in the alleyway that was once an alleyway, now is, well, still an alleyway, but barely, an old manhole cover that's been knocked loose more than one times. Just remembering your prior stats and knowing Genevieve having a keen eye, you would notice that the area where the manhole has been disturbed more than once. The dust and debris is pretty cleared away here from every time the manhole cover opened. Donnie gets to work. He reaches on down, and with a bit of a he pries the thing up. He looks down and goes, "Well, I guess we don't found our place now, didn't we?"
So,
Question.
Yeah, Valen.
I'm going to assume this is the whole. Because I can piece two and two together. I would actually, instead of as this has been going on, realistically, instead of asking questions first, Valen would act first. So can I
Oh.
act first?
Well, yeah, they would have probably descended by that point when you get to acting. But if you want to jump on in and change that bit off, then by all means.
I like two stretchy hands to fly up the ladder and grab the first two that I can grab my hands on and pull them down.
The tired half-orc woman and the small little gnome get wrapped up in your tendril arms, and without barely the time to muster a yelp, are yanked through the manhole and is sucked into the abyss. Donnie drops the manhole cover and goes, "Well, goddamn, what the hell's going on down there?"
would I notice or like would I recognize the tendrils that came up?
You probably would have, at least after a moment, but you're probably more focused on what the fuck was that.
Okay, he has like a moment's their hands going for a gun, and he goes, "Wait," and then just like not even taking the ladder down, swinging down like with both hands, grabbing the edge of the manhole, and then kicking her legs down so that she's then dangling from the manhole covers. Valen, they're good people.
Genevieve, what the hell are y'all doing hanging on down there? That is dangerous. You just saw that.
I reach up and pull Genevieve down, just like the other two.
I fucking devil snarl. Like, it's like calling back up to Donnie as she's being grabbed, not resisting, not like kicking or flailing or anything. She's okay. She's a friend of mine. And then turn around and like, Valen, I've been looking everywhere for you. Just,
Yeah, friend. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
After one violently yanking, pulling down motion. Who are you?
going to
Why are you here?
Valen, Valen, it's me. And going to. Actually, I can't. With some effort, I am going to shift my appearance, considering I'm probably just like fucking full body grabbed at this point. Me, Genevieve.
You can see for a moment gears are turning behind Valen's eyes. Trying to rationalize what's happening here. No. I like to push them all into a corner if possible.
I mean, yeah, you probably could. There wouldn't. This is more of a narrative scene.
Yes. Who else is out there?
Just Donnie.
How many are there?
Just us three. Donnie outside.
One arm goes. One arm slithers up top.
Will you let go of me, you goddamn son of...
Donnie,
Yank.
Donnie, don't resist. She's just curious and she's just scared.
The tubby man is now pulled by his leg and dangling upside down. Yeah, sure, Danny, real nice.
Please be gentle.
Actually, I do actually remember her. Actually, now that I think about it,
She was one of Valentine's.
you were the one who wanted the. You were the one. Yeah, you were one of the ones who wanted the stereo. You worked with Valentine. Yeah, I remember. You stuck your hand in the toaster.
Remember that? Remember when Marky took a waffle iron?
Valen will drop them and back against the other wall. Go. And put her. She's thinking. No. You can't be here. I've been looking. You. Who are you?
Genevieve, I don't know how long you've been here, but I only dropped in a couple days ago.
Down here for 3 months. You and everyone else I've been looking for. All I've seen are wanted papers.
As soon as I dropped out, I began looking for you, and I had feared the worst. So glad you're okay.
I don't trust you that you're Genevieve yet. Keep your distance and tell me what your plans are.
Plans. I know you guys. Make sure you're okay. Kill the hell out of a dragon, out of that Riger asshole and council who are trying to rebuild the tower. But if you mean like right now, I haven't got much of a plan because I came here because I was told that some of my friends might have come through here. And I was fearing the worst and hoping for the best, and glad you're okay.
It's hard for me to not be okay. Do you know how many times yeah. It's so hard for me to not be okay. Do you know how many bullet shots I've had? How many times I've been attacked? I just trying to find anything about anyone.
No, Valen, I can't possibly know what you've gone through, how hard it must have been for you.
At this point, while this back and forth is going on, you kind of hear a, Alan, what's going on?
I don't know. They claim to be people from my past. One person I've been looking for. But they shouldn't be here. I've seen no trail of them. They just appeared here. It's not right.
We have a friend. We have a friend that can get us places quickly. Teleportation. why don't you introduce us to your friend?
This is Doku's brother, was it? He doesn't talk much. It's lonely down here. I forget things.
Seriously?
The name. Wait a minute.
Doku mentioned you.
Oh, so you know little guy.
Yeah.
Y'all find him yet?
No. No, we haven't. Valen's the first one we've been able to find.
Well, that don't shock me too bad.
Then again, I've only just started today. So honestly, that's a pretty good track record.
I'll, yeah, I've been, I was here when your friends were here. If you are who you say you are.
When they touched base with Grove, right?
Yep, I used to be fighting with them, and, well, even just a few months ago, I done seen that little clown boy. Well, he's not a clown no more, but he was tough. He was one of them nobles running away again. Yeah, he came on by about 6 months ago. He swung on in and needed a place to run off, and then all the fighting got bad, and I told him to leave me here. He didn't see the little guy either, or that spider friend of yours.
Fray dropped in where I did. No, he's okay. He's alive. He's going to go settle a debt and find the rest of his find the rest of something he's. He thinks if he says if he manages to get a hold of it, he'll come back and help us.
Well, it's damn hard to find anything nowadays.
It's pretty good.
Val and I don't. I know you're worried, sweetheart, but I don't think that they're the people. If they were down here to hurt us, they wouldn't have wasted their time coming in with just 3 people.
You're not wrong, but something doesn't feel right. When you've interacted with people for 3 months trying to find information about people using wanted posters, you get strange looks, you hear strange things, you get attacked. It's not a fun experience.
Well, nobody said it would be. Nobody said it would be fun, kid. But you spent so long. You can see him starting to drift again. You spent so long trying to find your friends that, well, you finally got one of them. Don't. At this point, Donnie, who I assume is still dangling, will kind of
he's
flip.
He's been dropped.
He's been put down. Yeah, he'll reach in and he'll pull out a little flashlight and he'll shine it over on Grizzly to reveal that he is not only stuck in a crater in the wall, but there is a root running through his chest, and he has a massive hole in his stomach. Yeah, I've been better. I took a bad hit before the insurrection kicked on up, and well, I wasn't able to get healed up by Edme before she done left, and well, they were saying that everything would be fine in just a few more weeks, but then magic kicked off in such a weird way that, well, the healing stopped working, and I've just been lucky to stay up.
Doing what I can to keep him going as well.
You've been doing a good job at it, too.
Donnie, these folks with new abilities, do you know how to play with healing ability?
Well,
I try my best, but I'm limited. To do. Pretty sure the
well, I did.
sure
I
the
had a.
gel doesn't work. Sure.
Well, it might, but this used to be a medical facility. It's where we were born. We've been using the sludge that's been floating around in my tank to keep me going. It's the fluid that made me. But it's been getting less potent, and might find something around this old place, but
Maybe we can find a way of making more. A way to keep it going.
maybe.
You want Grizzly, Valen. I hope you don't mind if I make this extension, but got a place, a hideaway. You guys can get away from all this fighting. Be safe.
Oh, there's only one problem. Well, I guess there's two, as he kind of points to the hole in his stomach. Aside from the big one, I done promised Doku I'd wait here for him, and if there's one thing that kid has always been real solid about, it's been following orders when he needs them. So.
Thinking back to the many Doku subordinate. No, that doesn't sound like the point. But fair point.
I don't know about you, Valen, but Valen, I gotta stay here either way. But it's up to you, kid. I don't. It's your life, and you spent 3 months of it down here.
She'll scan the room, she'll scan the room a little bit. Lock eyes on Genevieve. She'll raise an arm towards Genevieve, and a green energy will flow towards out of. A green energy will kind of form by her hand. You know what this is? Might look familiar. Do you know what happens if I release it?
Nothing good for us.
It fades, and she goes, "Yeah, you'd know. You'd know. Oh, you're real.
You're real." Oh.
Very carefully.
A laser will shoot between her and Genevieve.
Stops.
Don't get too close. I'm a little twitchy nowadays. Being rapidly being approached by people. After a while, you expect knives. Just keep the distance right now.
We'll work on that. I promise you I'm going to show you that there's respect.
She'll turn to Grizzly and go, alright, I probably do have to go. Is there anything I can do? Well, before I leave you.
Well, this is actually when Donnie speaks up and goes, "Well, I hate to do this, but we was actually planning on staying in here. This lab was going to be our little base of operations. Get set up and, well, try and make a difference, help the people who need it."
True. So if we're already planning on setting up here, we can maybe fix some of the machinery here. We can get something going that can help keep Grizzly afloat. Among many other things, I'm sure Dr. Donnie's works here. There's plenty to offer.
Yeah, Dr. Adani had a lot of stuff here before they done lit this place up with bullets. At least that's what I was told. And then Grizzly kind of goes, yeah, I remember when Dad got lit up. But,
Doku told
they
us
burned out most of it. Yeah, well, from what I heard from some other people, they said that he wasn't supposed to be doing what he was doing. And when the people up top found out, they weren't too happy. Shot him dead.
The way I heard it,
That was
is both Dr. Valen and Dr. Adani made big strides in their research. Enough so that they were ahead of the program. And then they were mysteriously found dead. And suddenly the main program was the one to see.
And I still remember that scary ass thing that they sent us here. Metal monster. Looked human, but moved weird. Weird powers. It was.
Did it make things float? Yes.
I didn't catch much of it. I just remember the gunfire. And hell, then my dad was floating up in the sky, and well, it kind of went white after I got Doku out.
Good man, Grizzly. Doku's lucky to have.
Yeah, well, I damn well hope so. I've been waiting here. It'll kind of,
He'll be back. If
it'll
he isn't,
kind of,
I'll bring
yeah.
him back.
That is actually a good place to start conversing into the next one, because, well, thank God.
We're 3 hours in.
Yeah, I know. These. Me too, kid. Dang. Yeah, no, combat's not happening this session. I'm just gonna say that right now. But we got another 2 hours at most.
Gentlemen,
But
welcome to RP Central.
yeah, welcome to the
Yeah.
RP setting the stage. But don't worry, I will give a quick little bit for everybody.
It
Doku,
is a good way to set the stage. to be
yeah, it's
honest.
definitely setting the stage. I have to say, I've been liking this a
Yeah.
lot so far.
Same here,
Man,
yeah.
I missed my chance to dismember someone's laser.
That's true,
next time.
but after I will say this, Doku, you're next on the docket. After Doku, we're going to jump over to I had a little thing. After Doku is going to be Isaac. Vera, if you are still here. Then Viljan. If Pepe is still here. Then we're going to go to Dimian, and then Cabal and Primrose are going to jump out at the same time because they're the last on there. Is everybody still good?
Yes.
Yes, I'm
Absolutely.
still here.
Okay, Vera, are you good
Excellent.
for sure? Are you not dead?
What? No, absolutely. I'm still here.
Okay, it sounded like
Perfect.
you were really far away. I was like, oh no, we woke up Vera.
Vera.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck no.
Shall we continue?
Yes, we shall. I'm going to wrap up this bit. Genevieve, over the next week and a half, Donnie and the others get to work on setting up this place as a base of operations. Valen, still a little bit prickly. It's up to her to decide when she feels like coming around. But, more importantly, it starts getting a little bit better around here. Of the 3 rooms that were saved, one of which was a file room and an office where Dr. Adani worked, and while the place has been charred and burned out, there's quite a bit that you can still salvage, at least in terms of the research into the homunculus project where Grizzly and the others were, including some paperwork regarding, well, the research projects themselves. You find research notes on AD1, which was the first progenitor of the Ardent project, EV2, the second, and then aside from those 2, having been both registered as deceased, there were the 3 others: GR3, which you would find to be Grizzly, DK4, which would be Doku, and MK5. Now you will notice, Genevieve, that on top of this, there are only 4 pods. There was room for a 5th one, but it was seemingly removed. Grizzly also mentioned that that was where his brother Mickey used to stay, but both Mickey and the pod, well, they got moved for different reasons. Mickey was gone when he came back to the laboratory, and the pod got used by Edme, who took it for some reason. Never really explained why. After about 2-3 weeks, the laboratory is up and running. There is power again. If there's one thing that Donnie is good at, it's his electrical engineering. And that's the one thing he's been known for. And he's been able to make these things work, even with the fluctuations of Genesis that he's been so used to working with. It only took him a little while to figure out how to make it work again. What ended up happening inevitably was you set up a little base of operations. And throughout the 3-4 weeks, things finally got back to normal. Normal as they could. About 5 weeks in, a beeping is heard from Donnie's Genesis machine. The monitor, once again, sparking up. Now, while Donnie's been making great strides in this, finding exactly where this location is a hell of a lot harder. He's been able to narrow it down to regions, but pinpoint accuracy, no. All he knows for sure is that somewhere up above in the city, a new wound is opened. This information gets passed along that someone's back. Doku. Was that a ribbit?
Oh, there you go.
Where the frog at? There the frog at. I don't like that.
Like what?
Oh, there are eyes. I only saw a mouth. I was like, oh. Ribbit. 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 Doku's lost himself. Doku, you find yourself blasting through colors, lights, and feeling floating like you were blowing through a wind tunnel as a chill racked your body. Things flew past you, lights, sounds, and eventually you found yourself falling again. Thankfully, nowhere near as high as you did way back in the day. Just about a foot, as you collide with the ground on a very familiar pavement.
Ow.
Ow. Yeah, that's fair. Looking around, you would see that this place was the place that you went on your first mission with your group. This was the 10th district. Specifically, this is where the tents used to be.
Uh-huh. And there are no tents?
No, they've all been gone. They're moved. Even the big setup tent that's been railed in there seemingly is gone. Benku's tent is seemingly gone.
And I assume that anything that could have been taken that wasn't nailed down is also gone.
Yeah, this is like an empty lot now. There are the 2 fallen, ruined buildings beside them, just like before, and across the street, the oh-so-familiar warehouses.
Aldoka's first going to check the warehouses, see if the kids are still there. Probably not.
Making your way across the street, you find as you go through the winding turns of the warehouse district, they all still look pretty much the same. Admittedly, they're a bit more worn down, but they're alive. I shouldn't say alive for a warehouse. They're standing. It takes a little bit. It takes some time to figure out exactly where it was. But when you do, the rusted doors are shut. You can't really hear anything going on inside.
Hmm. Well, if it's a warehouse, there's supposed to be a window, isn't there?
No, there's plenty.
I'm gonna go check.
Alternatively, yeah, you
Oh.
can go check the windows. Alternatively, you could use your climbing. You can just climb, but that works. Either works.
But I assume that there would be a window that was rusty enough up high that I could climb through.
Yeah, most likely, yeah. If you were to start doing your frog boy thing and climbing up the side of the metal, you eventually would be able to peer into the bars and the shattered glass that was the window. From up above. I got it, kid. Here you go. I have to keep playing City Pop for my angry child. Looking down, it seems pretty empty, at least at a cursory glance. And I may be putting my child to bed. One moment, everybody. She is a tired baby. I'm gonna go try and get the child to bed. We will pause here. Let's take a bio break, and then I will tell you what's in the warehouse.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
The warehouse is boxes.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine if that was it.
Allow me to paint a picture. A what? A what warehouse?
It's an Amazon warehouse.
A what warehouse?
Amazon.
Huh?
Amazon.
Brazil.
Okay.
The Grashiki
I like that.
warehouse.
I like that.
A Grashiki warehouse.
Mirage Warehouse.
Yes, exactly.
Because Gresham has the Mirage.
Is that where the Al Mirage come from?
Allow me to step in for the DM for the moment. So, this warehouse. No.
I'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors, Ray, Shadow Lynch. No.
With their all new monster boss, the Hydra, with 6 heads that have
Actually-
all different strengths and weaknesses.
Actually, the monster of the week is actually Valen, the new raid monster.
Oh yeah, the goop monster. She
You-
becomes immune to one element within your party every turn.
And she regens a third of her health every turn because she can. Because balance is fun.
And she's
Yeah.
actually a egg that is sunny side up.
Exactly.
Maybe
Well, according to
Mhm.
the PNG.
the moon.
Naturally.
I hear you, Ram. I curse you.
I need more, but
You know, that rubber cement is looking real good right about now. Useful for more than just closing wounds.
I got the.
I like the fact that Valen eats wood. It's not because she's like a kid, just because it's not that different.
Actually,
from the composition.
Yeah, I was saying, if anything, honestly, it would probably help her keep herself more solid, I guess. Or yeah, coagulants as well, I guess would be a good word.
Help her keep her
I got the blowtorch, Julian.
I got the rubber cement.
Oh boy. I can't wait for wait, what'd you say? What did you say?
I can't wait. I said,
That's dumb. You're dumb.
Okay.
Can't believe I'm here with you.
stop right. We'll stop right through my Lion King references. You will like it.
Long live the king. I'll just push.
Yes, Animal Hamlet.
What do we want? A girl
Rubs-
worth fighting for.
Rubs
Longest movie.
rubs hands maliciously together. You're wrong, Mr. DM. Yeah, you're not the DM. You're wrong, Mr. Ram. I have the power to stop your Lion King references.
How's that?
I can serve and mute you.
Oh. You know
And I
what?
can
Yeah,
do
you
nothing but watch.
know what, Lynn?
Watch as the server implodes.
Explode. And then it. Oh, yeah, script. The moon.
What do we want? A girl worth fighting.
Blows up.
It just spends the entire evening
Grim,
not even noticing that the house is like shrunk down around him. Spends his time singing Disney anthems.
Grim.
Deep.
I understand the joke you made just now, and I hate it. I fully understand the words that you have typed. I comprehend, and I hate you for it.
Also, I'm looking at the frog PNG now, and it looks like that frog looks like he's about to say mouth. Look at
Mouth.
this. Mouth.
Scrumptious.
Uh,
Yummy, yummy in my tummy.
we should have included like a little fly PNG. So every time he opens his mouth, he just.
It puts the food in my mouth, or else it gets the hose again.
Oh. Who put the frog on?
That's not Leatherface. That's Buffalo Bill. Yeah. Get your horror movie references right.
Damn.
That's how you can tell.
I don't
yes.
watch horror movies.
I don't watch horror movies either.
I thought this time.
Well, maybe you should be the horror movie historian and not me.
I am.
What am I doing here?
Horror movie reference. Despite not watching them.
I've seen Kill Bill. That was enough.
That's
That's
not a horror
Not
movie.
the same.
Oh, that's not a
Hey.
horror
It's an
movie.
action movie. You were referencing Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I thought that was a video game.
No, what
No.
Lynn was referencing was Silence of the Lambs.
Baffle me. So
I found that recently the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was originally made as like a commentary, like on the meat industry and shit like that, and not like looking back on it. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ironically became like various flavors of what kind of fucked up Southern family can grow of cannibalism into the second straight up incest.
Fray.
It's an average day in the South, I guess.
Southern hospitality.
Eh.
Yeah, there was a Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. It was made by the same people. Friday the 13th.
There's a Friday the 13th game.
Multiplayer game. Bunch of players could be the campers. And one person played as Jason.
Oh, isn't that Dead by Daylight?
Came out around the same time as that.
Oh, I think I know. Wait,
You might have seen it. It was big. There were a lot of.
yeah, because it was like there was a school map, wasn't there? I don't remember. I don't remember anything.
Friday the 13th.
Oh, then it must have been just another asymmetrical horror. Yeah, because I remember a game where
Wait, hold on,
it's
real
another.
quick. I don't know how long this has been going on for, but Ram, your voice is coming in really soft on the stream, and sometimes it's barely even audible.
It's because I was leaning back.
Oh, well, I don't know how long this has been going on for, so hopefully the
Yeah.
previous scenes with Genevieve
Well,
were.
for the Genevieve scene, I
audible.
made sure to lean in, so hopefully it's
Oh,
alright.
okay. No, yeah, you're good.
Yeah. No, the Friday the 13th game had you like in a campsite and hunting them down, hitting them with throwing knives, like throwing them out of boats if they tried to escape like that, stopping cars, that kind of thing.
Oh, then I have no idea what I'm
It's-
talking
it's,
about.
uh,
I
if-
think
if
it's
you-
Dead by Daylight.
If you need like a visual like reminder, it's the one where it's Jason, the guy with the hockey mask and the machete.
Oh, I know who Jason is. I'm quite aware of all the horror movie bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't watch their movies.
There. Fray. He's gone for an hour.
God forbid.
This episode 0 might have to be a two-parter, folks.
I assumed it would be because it's midnight.
I think I hear him in the background.
Just hoping him putting the child to bed doesn't turn into another 2-hour journey.
It just might be. Because she is in her terrible twos.
Particularly terrible too. How's your jaw currently doing, Rami?
Boy, it's doing alright. I've been making sure to take like take care with it, not move it too much, not stretch it too much. Well, you know.
Yeah, because the reason I was asking is you have been talking a lot.
I've been that's part of the reason why I've been talking so softly, because I can't open my jaw too wide for risk. For those listening, the reason behind this being is because the stitches in my mouth from getting my tooth pulled came out yesterday. It was the reason we did not have a session.
Yeah, it was not pretty.
It really wasn't. That was the Crimson Chin, not in the fun way. Didn't miss everything. You're fine. We're taking a small break as Fray has to put the baby to bed. This might also mean
It doesn't matter what.
Yeah. It might also mean this might have to be a two-parter if that ends up being a magical journey into the never-ending land. As sometimes his trips to go put the baby down and her stubbornness can sometimes be.
Hello.
Oh, he's back.
Oh.
Miracles do happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Julian. Every single force in this universe is conspiring for Jesus to not happen.
Let's get back to business.
Yes,
To
indeed.
feature
RP,
the hunt.
Okay.
2TT, RPG.
Damn.
This
Alright.
is something we're doing for entertainment and fun.
Yeah. Anyways, so Doku discovers that this has now been turned into an Amazon warehouse. So no, I'm kidding.
Oh boy.
No.
No.
Peering over
Mirage Warehouse.
Mirage warehouse.
Hey, you
Just
do
Mirage
anything to
Forest.
prevent me from riding that forklift.
I would. This is not an Amazon warehouse, though, sadly, or as I should call it, a One second.
Grishiki.
a Grishiki warehouse.
Because you know the Mirage Forest.
Oh yeah, the Mirage Forest. Actually, no, yeah, you're perfect. You're totally right. Jesus Christ, you went over my head. Good job, Randy.
Hey, niche lore reference.
Niche lore references. Let's go. Anyways,
Hurrah.
back to it. Peering in, you see signs that whoever used to live here certainly no longer does. They had evidence that someone was there, but strangely through your vision, you can see something. There's something on the floor. It's hard to see from where you are. It's dark in there. You'd probably have to find your way in to see what it is. It's large. It's like something etched into the ground.
I am going to try and pry the window open.
Well, you don't really even have to try and pry it open because it's ruins. So your attempts to pry, the bar goes poof, and immediately just falls. And you're like, okay, cool. Somebody cue the metal clanging sound.
No, please.
No,
not my
but
ear.
you can hear it in your ears right
It's the
now.
fucking pipe sound
Ding.
extremely cool.
Anyways, sliding your way inside, Jesus Christ, sliding your way inside with your slimy body, you push through the bars and you make your way down. And now you can kind of get a feel for how quickly this place was cleared out. The bedrolls and the pseudo like houses that these kids had been making forts out of with abandoned sheet metal and wood that they just had lying around, there's still remnants of that, but they've mostly been taken down. If not taken down, they've just fallen because they haven't really been kept up. And frankly, for anything like that little like children hub to keep up, it needed to be maintained constantly. And for as long as you don't know how long you've been gone.
Okay, firstly, Are there
Yes.
any, since they left in a rather big of a hurry, I assume that there are some clothes lying around, right?
There are, yes.
Yeah, I'm
Clothes
gonna
and other
change into that.
belongings. Okay,
I'm gonna
well,
change into anything that would make me look like a, decent middle class. Just dirty because of the ruins and losing my family.
and losing my family, that's fair. Again, it happened again! Doku, Doku, you find in like a dusty white shirt, some torn up pants that you just were sitting around. Again, it doesn't necessarily look great. Definitely not what you usually wear, but you don't look like you right now. At least you're not wearing the clothes that made you skyscraper kid.
Yep. And
Though, yes, go on.
yeah, and those clothes, I'm just gonna fold and put in a very safe corner.
Okay. As you walk to the corner to put those away, you realize that most of all, the etching that's on the floor seems to just kind of bob and weave its way through everything. Like you can't really figure out what exactly it is from this angle, but it goes throughout most of the exposed complex.
Well, what does it say?
It doesn't necessarily look like it says anything. It looks like a drawing. There are some words that you can kind of make out at the bottom, and it just says, "Find us."
All right. There's a drawing up.
Well, that's a good question. You can't really tell from the ground floor.
Oh. All right. Then I'm gonna go climb up the floors. How
You mean the
many it
ceiling, I
takes?
assume?
Yeah, the ceiling. I'm gonna look at it directly from above, like
Now that
I'm the Michelangelo.
Yeah, now that you look at this drawing from above, you see this. There's two drawings. One of them is of a poorly drawn frog. The second is an arrow pointing down. And where the arrow is pointing to looks like a garbage can.
The trash. The garbage. The Undercity. Right? Garbage is the Undercity, right?
Well, that's close. Yeah, it's definitely a start. Definitely not here.
Well, then I guess I'll have to start with whatever's below.
Sounds good.
And what was the other underground place that I know about?
Well, aside from being underground, you would probably know about the junkyard. The scrapyard is what it's kind of known as, which is a little place but near the Undercity. In particular, it's pretty gross, but it's where most of Iris's trash ends up. Otherwise, thinking of what's in the Undercity, you met Grizzly in the Undercity,
That's true.
and he was pinned to a wall.
That is true. And I'm probably 100% sure that he will be there when I find him. So
Dead or alive, he's probably still in that wall.
he's probably still in that wall. So let's see if I still have the motivation to stay a good kid.
To stay a good kid.
Yeah, we
Regardless-
had from the warehouse, I know that there was a tunnel leading over to a place.
There were tunnels leading all over the place. From your travel with Cal, you would have found that this, and he would have even explained that the trade guild in Iris that works from there has tunnels all over the city. These tunnels that you went to get over to that little silo bar was something that had not been maintained as much. But the ones going back into civilization, they were pretty well maintained because Cal was there when they were being stone shaped back in the day.
Doesn't that bar lead to the hideout where Grizzy is?
That bar doesn't, but the tunnels do. You just have to find your way around.
Well, goddamn, I'm gonna start doing that then.
Well, with that in mind, you would go back over to where you remember Millie pushing the dumpster out of the way and leading into a crater. You realize, though, that when you push that dumpster out of the way, that on the side of it, there's an arrow going down.
Oh. Well, I guess this is the right place then. I'm going down.
As you descend, and you make your way into the familiar pit, there is that presence again. How well do you remember the last time you were down here, Doku?
I remember there was something under us and it was following us, but we decided not to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. That feeling of eyes on you is still there. It's still just as strong as you begin to move deeper down. These arrows that were guiding you before are still there. And they begin moving you in the opposite direction of to where you traveled last time. But the further you move, the more that feeling persists. You hear that tick 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 from just scuttering something in the distance. There is something certainly watching you.
Am I supposed to feel like prey right now or what?
You certainly would.
Alright. Doku's got his daggers in both hands. And he's gonna keep walking.
As you continue down the path, eventually you hit a crossroads. On one is a massive X, like X, 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 like they marked it down like 900 times. And then there's another arrow curving to the left. And of course, following left makes the most sense. But out of the corner of your eye, you see something glisten in the path that they told you not to travel.
Hmm.
Something white and milky, kind of like peering back at you through the dark.
Well, I'm going to walk toward the arrows on the crosses on the right, but I'm not gonna walk into the cross. I'm not gonna walk beyond the crossroad. I'm not going to take a step over that boundary. What is it? What am I looking at? What is that thing?
As you go further, you hear something sickly, like the cracking of bones as the eyes stay in the same spot, but the head just kind of rotates. It goes about 90 degrees. The eyes are still there, and you hear, "Brother." and it
Mickey?
begins moving. It gets moving closer. It's shambling more than it's walking. And you hear this rustling, this grinding against the ground as it mutters out again. It's hard to breathe. It's struggling with every word as it's still in the dark, and it's getting closer and closer and closer.
I'm not going to move. I'm trying to get a grasp of it. Do I recognize any semblance of his shape?
It's been a long time since you've seen Mickey. When you did, you would remember that he was supposed to be a salamander hybrid. But he wasn't finished, and you couldn't take him with you. And when the lab raid happened, MK5 had to be left behind. As it moves into frame, you see a shambling, pale, scale-like thing with long, matted, orange hair that you'd probably mistake for black with how dirty it is. And blind, milky white eyes. They are emaciated. They are thin to the bone. And they are misshapen. While you and Grizzly and had stabilized for the most part, his arms are engorged, his hands drag on the ground, and they're clawed. He doesn't look well. And as he towers over you, his head cracks down and inspects you.
Brother?
It doesn't speak.
Well, he'd meet the its blind gaze with his similarly milky eyes, though he can still see through his. They're just naturally light of shade. His strangely shaped pupils, kind of similarly trying to analyze the creature before him.
While you're looking at him and you get a little closer, do you reach out to touch, or are you just watching with your eyes?
Just watching with my eyes. I'm not gonna try and make any sudden moves as not to, aggravate it.
There is a moment while it shambles back. Its bloated arms swing up to its jaw and hold it closed as it starts shaking and twitching and more it's like trying not to move. And then grasping hard on his face, he goes, no, and he tears off his own jaw.
Huh?
And then he starts running away.
I don't understand.
Yeah, he ripped his own jaw off, and then he ran away from you. Would you like to go after your jawless brother? Or would you like to go and get out of here?
I've seen some horrific stuff right now, and I don't know if I am emotionally equipped to deal with it. And he is dying, and he is actively tearing himself apart. So I don't know if me going after him after seeing all of the warning signs is helpful. Why did he rip off his jaw, dude?
That's a good question. He started shouting no, 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 no. He pulled himself away from you, and then he tore his jaw off and ran away.
I don't know, dude.
I don't know. That's a good question. That's up to you to decide, Doku.
Do I go with the path of least resistance or the path of possible traumatization? I'll go with the path of possible traumatization. I'm gonna follow him.
Okay. You chase the milky-eyed Mickey through. Milky-eyed Mickey sounds like so gross. Now that I say that, I'm gonna stop. I'm never gonna say that again.
It sounds like a new version of the song Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah,
That's
I know, right?
Yeah. Where did you come from?
from?
Stay away from me.
Where did you come from? Where'd you
Wait.
go? Where'd you come from? Milky-eyed
Milky-eyed Mickey. Ugh.
Where'd you come?
You the
You
reason
chased
I
me.
can see Mickey, Mickey.
Ah.
Yo, things are getting tricky. Where'd you go, Milky-eyed Mickey?
Anyways, you hear his labored breathing as he's scrambling through the dark and he's bumping into things and he's tripping over himself, and eventually you're able to catch up with him through twists and turns and everything. He eventually hits a corner and he falls into that corner and he hugs himself and he's shaking, and you realize by the time you catch up with him that his jaw has already started reforming on his face. Oh,
MK5. He's going to gradually step toward him. I'm DK4.
His breathing kind of shifts as he looks up, and his bones kind of rattle in his beneath his skin. He kind of crack stands. And while he was pawing at his face, trying to stop his jaw from coming back, by the time he gets to his full feet, this healing factor is clearly ridiculous, mutated or not. And he mutters out a very "Go away."
Why?
He's shaking again. Can't stop the hunger.
Well, if you're hungry, I can get you some food. We can find.
Run!
Well,
At that moment, Mickey lunges at you, his mouth unhinged as he dives at you and just barely misses, swinging his jagged teeth into you.
Doku will immediately, instinctively move away, just jump back,
There's
and then
tears running down his face as he bites into his own arm to try and stop himself.
Doku just can't find himself to say anything else. He, the first time, actually does feel bad. He feels fear. He doesn't feel great. As he immediately, after seeing the tears in his brother's eyes, take a moment to turn around and run away.
You can hear his sobbing continuing from this tunnel as you make your way back. And as you get back to the crossroads, finally, you're just out of distance. Something happened to Mickey. You're not quite sure what, but he certainly didn't look like that. At least not when you saw him. Something happened.
The only other person that could have come between or gotten to him before, anyone from before Doku, Grizzy, or anyone of the Grisuki would have been the what was it called, the Irisians.
The Irisians who raided the lab, yeah.
Yeah. And they've already been doing a lot of shady stuff. So it's not surprising to assume that they would have just taken Mickey and prodded him, tried to alter him, turn him into what he is now. At least
Even
that's
then,
what.
yeah, that's definitely a good theory to kick off with. That's probably where Doku would immediately think of, considering everything else he bore witness to in his short time alive.
Yeah. That was what I was gonna say. That at least that's what Doku is starting to think.
Regardless, there's probably not much you can do for him now. But you know where he is, and you can certainly hear him. But what does he do? What do you do, Doku? What do Doku do?
What Dokudo does is from the previous system, the one remnant of the pre-Genesis explosion. Now he's gonna toss all of his rations over to that side.
Good. Leaving them in a pile. As he starts Fortnite dancing. Yes, Doku has done that before. Several times, in fact. You want to see something cool? Orange Justice. Anyways, leaving your rations in a pile right at the crossroads. I assume that means that you're taking your leave? Or are you just
Yeah,
leaving them and waiting there?
he's going to take his leave. He doesn't want to force his brother to try and to go through any more physical anguish. Like, he already saw his jaw regenerate. He knows that he can basically put two and two together what he may have done to stay alive.
As you make your way down to the proper exit, following the arrows for the rest of the way, just before you turn the corner again, with your frog-like eyes helping you in this situation, you turn back to hear some rustling as you see him pecking at the rations and grabbing at them as best he can and just eating the metal through. um the crackers basically that are still in their wrapping, he's just eating through the wrapping. He groans and he looks at you, and there's a little bit of sadness, like he wants to talk but he can't. And he gets out a very weak bye as he gathers the rest of the rations, and you hear him kind of lumber back off into the dark.
Dogo will also let out a small bite. And he will turn around after seeing his brother leave with the rest of the rations, progress toward the other tunnel.
This is some sad shit to start back at, by the way.
Yeah, I know, and it's only gonna get worse.
Yay!
You
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah. Thankfully for Doku, it won't. Doku, you find your way out. You're walking for what seems like hours, and eventually you come across something very familiar. The last time you came to the Undercity, there was a pit. It was a runoff pit, and that jump originally led to. It was basically a note saying, "Take the plunge, you won't die." Nowadays, that message is no longer there. The hole remains, and from what you can tell, some of the greenery beneath you remains. But as far as you can tell, when it comes down to how you got down last time, you're not quite sure. There's a faint smell of flowers in the air as you reach the exit that you got to so long ago with Marquis and the others. And the garden is certainly there. In fact, it's a little overgrown. Concerningly so, making it a little bit harder to see where your safe landing spot would be. But you are there. Do you take the plunge?
Oh, bitch! I'm gonna walk down wall.
Good. That's good. You just call me a bitch. Good. You make your way down, and as you make your way as far to the bottom as you possibly can, you can see the same glow, the green glow that was present when you fell. Going down as far as you can, it's just a hop away. Presumably Doku hops. I assume I don't need to ask.
Yeah.
And do you hop? Yeah, no, I don't. I can assume. And once more, Doku, before he hits the ground, floats up and lands softly on the ground beneath. And this area is lush with life. This area is beautiful green grass and overwhelming flowers of all different kinds. The trees are thick and strong. They look like they've been there for hundreds of years. This little garden is no longer a little garden. In fact, it's almost twice as big as when you last got here.
Hmm.
It's almost uncanny.
Well, uh, can I like take a sample of one of the flowers? Any large vines? Any large sappy vines?
I mean, you're welcome to if you'd like. Are you just cutting them off, basically?
Yeah, anything that's pretty much as large as my forearm taking with me. Just one.
That's fair. There are some flowering vines that have trailed down and actually have somewhat attached themselves to the undercity of Iris. Well, not the undercity, the undercarriage of the floating city above you. Which has made it quite a little bit easier to go through. These plants look like, even as you cut them, the moment that you cut them, they regrow immediately. There is no hesitation. It's like you remove them, you cut them, and then by the time you put that on your shoulder, they have regrown completely, bloom and all.
Oh, what about the vine that I cut off? Is it also
Same.
regrowing?
It is already regrown completely.
Hmm. Can I try and take a bite out of it?
Sure. You take a bite out of the vine, and it tastes like a vine. It tastes like aloe vera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Watery.
yeah, watery and kind of gross.
Hmm.
It does not regrow, however.
I see.
Wait, to clarify, did you take a bite out of the vine that was reattached, or did you take a bite out of the vine that you had?
I took a bite of the vine that I had.
Yeah, that one doesn't regrow.
Oh, so the vine that I have in my hand does not regrow.
No, it does not.
Huh. What about a root? If I took a root, will it regrow?
If you could find a way to pull up a root from one of these massive plants, then sure. If Doku's going on a little adventure into gardening, he was becoming a botanist. That works for me. You could, and again, you yank it out, and the root is already reburied by the time that you yank it out. You have one, but it just regrows.
Oh, so the root I have in my hand regrows.
No, the root you have in your hand stays there. The root that's now in the ground that we pulled out of the ground is reburied.
Oh, so none of it grows. Whatever I have in my hand does not grow.
Whatever you have in your hand does not grow. The moment that you touch it, seemingly when you remove it from this plot, it goes away.
All right. So I'm taking the vine, taking the root, and I'm taking some dirt with me, and then I'm off.
Taking some dirt. All right, well, Doku's got a new passion, gardening.
Oh yeah, and if there's some insects, I'm grabbing some for the root.
Gross. Sure. Doku is a bug kid, I keep forgetting. You would vaguely remember the path over to the bar. But there's a moment where suddenly you get to the edge of this dense jungle, passing through tree lines, shifting through vines, moving away. There's no bugs, but you open and push through the vines, and there is just ruin and devastation. It goes from green, beautiful grass and blossoming, beautiful trees and flowers to a destroyed cityscape.
Wonderful. I retrace my steps back to my brother's, the one that isn't mangled right now.
The one that isn't
Wait, the one
mangled.
that isn't mangled as much right now.
As much as I was about to say grizzly impaled, I'm fine. Yeah.
Why does this keep happening to all my family
Why does
members?
it happen to my family? There is a moment at this point where the moment you step over the boundary line of that area, everything you have rots away. They wither, they die, and they turn to dust. They can't leave that area. Something is holding them there. Something very strange is happening there. But nevertheless, you can make your
Even
way
my
through.
pocket of dirt.
Yeah, the pocket of dirt is actually just mush. It's like a mud.
Yeah, I throw it away.
Pause.
And no bugs, not a single one.
There was not
Got
a
it.
single living thing in there aside from all of the plants.
Well, that is very weird. That is actually really weird.
Yes, and we'll get to that, interestingly, another time. But making your way through and trying to remember your steps. The ruins of buildings, still kind of standing from the devastation, are there. And eventually you find the bar again, albeit in tatters. Smashed, stomped. You see the cover that you climbed down. Genevieve, Valen, even Grizzly, everyone beneath would hear as the manhole cover tries to come loose.
Arms at the ready.
Arms at the ready.
We didn't have anybody else following us.
Mind you, this has also been 3 months. No, sorry, 2 months.
Oh, it's been 2 months.
Wow,
Well,
don't
actually-
care. Arms ready.
Yeah, that's true. And to refresh, there was a beeping on Donnie's machine, indicating that there was a something going on. As the manhole cover opens, Doku, I assume you descend to try and find your brother Grizzly.
Yep.
Clank, 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 clank. as Doku's footsteps resound on the metal bars. Manhole cover closes, and Doku, you are met with a brightly lit laboratory.
No, he's met with the hand.
He's
Yoink!
he's met with Genevieve at the bottom of the ladder, grabbing him around his midriff and yanking him into a hug.
Oh,
Oh, some ass.
he needs a hug, dude. He's been through a lot.
Genevieve doesn't care that she might get poisoned at this point. It has been
Dies immediately.
2 months since she's seen this boy.
Yeah, no, Doku is for once he's gonna hug back. Then
I laser my arm off for disinfecting.
And how you doing?
no, good.
No, he said not good.
Not good? He said not good.
I
He said
think so.
not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Okay,
That's good. I hate you.
That's good.
I misheard then. In that case, Genevieve is still holding him, is going to squeeze him a little tighter and go to sit down on probably one of the chairs. Well, we saw that there was a new rift that opened. We were getting ready to go out and look for whoever it was, but you came right to us.
I did say I'd meet Grizzy here.
I'll look over to where the big man himself is implanted in the wall. Oh,
No longer implanted in the wall.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's you guys. You guys got to work on healing that man. He's fine now.
That's great.
Well, yeah, fine enough. He's still got a giant hole in his stomach, but he's
We'll
alive.
work on that. I mean, is he in the room or is he like off somewhere?
That's what I was about to actually bring up. Walking out from one of the rooms, he goes, "Yo, Doc, I'm just kind of."
Gonna bring up Doku, turn him around, Lion King style, holding him up.
lifts the child.
Gently holds child like Borger.
Yeah, Grizzly, who is holding a beaker of medicine that he's swishing around. He was taking a swig of it and then looked, dropped it, and then just thump, 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 thump as the 9-foot-tall bear man comes running and grabs Doku in one arm and lifts him and goes, "I told you he was a good kid. He'd follow the orders. I told you that."
Yes. Came right to us.
How you been, kid?
It's confused.
Well, to be fair, I can't say that that's not normal. The 2 times we've met so far, you were confused about what dying was. Do you still remember?
Yes, sleep forever, never come back, bad.
Yeah, you got it. All right, and then you were confused about the Grove dudes who were here.
Oh, yeah.
And now you're confused again. And he'll kind of like grab him, not by the nape of his neck, but by his shirt and kind of hold him up and go, "So why are you confused now?"
Everything's different. Nothing's where it used to be, and
You're a wanted criminal!
I didn't know about that one.
You've been gone a year. Doku.
Just about, yeah.
11 months at this point. Valen's been, as far as we can tell, is one of the first ones, besides maybe Marquis. Valen's been here for about 6 months. I've been here for about 2. And you just dropped out today, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Welcome back.
Alright, kid. Go on.
But what's going on around here? The warehouse is empty. The there are a bunch of notes, and the tents at the tent district are even gone. Like, I don't even see a Kenku.
You know how when we started the whole revolution, things got crazy, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, turns out... Yes, B, there's a frog.
There's a frog.
That's why I chuckled when you said there was a frog.
Right.
Turns out when you have a pillar knight, it's also a dragon. It's for a hell of a weapon. After things got crazy, while we were gone, it turned into a whole war. And down here, specifically this place, they're calling it the Ashlands. He flattened 4th lower district. Just, there's a reason why there's nothing around this area.
Not to mention, and Grizzly will kind of set Doku down. A bunch of the Pillar Knights. That one you liked. What was his name?
Rorik.
Rorik. There you go. Yeah, him and the red-skinned one, Oris, the one who talked funny, and the blue boy with the water. Yeah, they all seceded. Started a whole big fight. Big war. It's still kind of going on. It's gotten a little bit quiet, but battles are happening every day. Rorik and the others, they've been missing. We haven't seen them since that fight a few months ago. They flattened this place, and
We are trying to get a place set up. Hopefully, get as many people together as we can, turn this thing around, and stop them from trying to rebuild the tower, repeating the crap that the council was, or the council were trying to do.
I see.
Stop them the first time. Magic isn't working anymore. You should know that. I think life should be filled in on that. Magic doesn't work anymore. At least not how it did before.
things are weird now, kid.
Finding that people with strong
Labs and never using magic.
We're finding people with strong personalities, with a strong exposure to large amounts of Genesis, in particular those who touch the life stream, have begun to develop interesting abilities. Particularly the Pillar Knights seem to have developed some ability or other. One of those being Dejea, who lost her magic but gained the ability to make portals of all things, which is how we were able to come here and find Fallon.
Speaking of, what do you want to do now, kid? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Genevieve, but I was waiting around, and you helped me a ton, but Doku's here. So
If both of you want to set it, building a life for yourselves, I both seem enough for a have lives you should live. Have been denied to you. By every right, you should be able to just turn around and leave this place behind. Okay. To keep this whole movement rolling, take this fight to Ilyaster, that asshole dragon pillar knight, and whatever's left of the council. Stop another cataclysm from happening. So the next time we're gonna get another. We're not gonna have another shift in magic. We're just gonna have a nice big hole ripped into that area. Another hell on earth.
There we go. Yep. Whatever you want to do, kid.
I want to try being normal for just a bit.
Makes sense to me. He'll kind of lean down. How do you plan on doing that?
We could try living in the upper city. Get new identities.
That might be a bit hard. Very difficult to find a way. American love you. You guys can not allowing their people up there, right? People that are allowing up there are folks who either toe the party line or who are.
Well,
I'm sorry, Doku. Your face is on the wall.
Grizzly will kind of scratch his beard. How'd you get down here anyway?
Through the hole.
Well, we could take the hole back up, but yeah, your face is all over the place. You able to, do what Genevieve does? With the face?
Change my face. No. But if we find some paint, I could just paint all my markings. They probably... The black spots on my face probably didn't reflect well on their cameras. Probably think I was wearing some sort of mask anyway.
Sounds like a decent chance to me, Doc.
Not sure how much I can help with that. Place the bolt. Get off. Just a little bit.
Well, Doku, you want to give it a go? I agree.
I'll give it a go.
Then let's give it a go. And he'll kind of pick him up by the nape of his neck and put him on his shoulder. Alright. Doc, thank you for everything. And,
That could do.
And Valen.
She turns.
Give nicer hugs once in a while, yeah?
A response.
I'll take that as a
Be
maybe.
safe.
Alright. Okay, kid. Let's try this whole civilian life thing. It's gonna be weird. But why not? Do you have any closing words before we move, Doku?
Well, he's going to, now that he's on Grizzly's shoulder, he's going to whisper something to him. Just go pss, 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 and then after that, at the end, you know, so we have to bring food into the tunnel like every week or so.
Well, I guess we can do that. Oh God, Mickey. Alright. Well, let's figure that out when we get up there, yeah?
Yeah.
Doctor, you got me one of those little flippy phones. Anything comes up, ring me up. We'll be here. I'll keep it on. Alright.
Same goes for you guys. Drop us a line.
Sounds good. Alright, kid. We got a new life to live. One without you getting shot up. Also, they told me you got shot. Who would shoot a kid? And Grizzly starts climbing the ladder, and as you leave the area...
Before they completely go out of view, Doku would turn around on Grizzly's shoulder and wave at Genevieve and Val, going, "Bye, Genevieve. Bye, Val." Okay, continue.
Stay safe.
Climbing up and making your way back to the pit, entering over into the overgrown foliage and this area where everything is alive. You climb your way up some vines, and you make your way with Grizzly strength into basically a standing jump to make yourself pretty easily back into the tower, or rather into the city. Traveling through the tunnels, you may not have found the kids who were there, but you did find Grizzly, and you think it'll be good to give things a new shot. You don't find Mickey when you cut through the tunnels again, and eventually you make your way over to the 4th District, and you start up fresh. Lots and lots of money that Grizzly makes working in the warehouses goes to Doku getting a ton of concealer. But most of all, things start going normal. At least as normal as you can. Grizzly has a job, Doku's going to school. Never really grows much, but he's there. And for the next 6 months, everything's quiet. There is, though, a beeping that comes in the laboratory. And it's a familiar one. 6 months after Doku's arrived, you've all made great strides. You've been able to locate these things just a little bit better. Finding these warning signs that another tear is about to open, and even being able to get a preemptive system before they do. Donnie set up radios. Donnie set up a lot of things. And it's at that time that Genevieve, you'd hear a familiar voice. One you've not heard in almost 15 years. It's late in the laboratory. It's late when you hear the familiar voice of your predecessor just whisper past you. "You've done well, Genevieve." The voice of Dr. Worf. It's gone as soon as it gets there. But there's a chill and a bit of a thump on your back. Your pocket feels heavier when it comes. And though you don't see anybody, though you don't hear anybody, inside your pocket is something balled up.
Shaky hand. Distracted.
Unballing reveals an old Polaroid photo. One of which you would remember having been taken years and years ago for Dr. Worf. 10 children, you, and himself standing outside of your van. You never really got to see this picture. It hadn't developed by the time that Dr. Worf left with the kids. In fact, you most likely would have forgotten about it. But it makes you think. It makes you think to that night 15 years ago. On the back, there's some writing. That writing is in familiar handwriting. It's Dr. Worf's handwriting. Scrawled on the back in a shaky pen, for a brighter future, for a better tomorrow, we survive. We're going to pull back time for a moment, as Genevieve would, as I pull it back for everyone, to a fateful night 15 years ago. Now actually looking closer to 16 years ago. Vera, are you here?
Quite so.
In a dank, forgotten cabin, sheltered away from the eyes of the people and a tired, worn down man standing at about 6'4", thin as a stick, with pointed ears and exhausted bags under his eyes. Dr. Harmus Worf stands amidst 10 children, taking his final breaths. As he collapses onto a dusty old chair, it rickets and the wood creaks. And his last words to those 10 children: I'm sorry. I didn't do more. And I forgive you. Isaac. Around you and within you is an incredible pain. Your muscles feel as if they are not your own. Your body is twisting and malforming and reforming and breaking down all over again. And these kids, what you would call your family, they seem even worse off than you. As they sit there, writhing in agony, you get a moment. You stagger outside. You push your weight against the wooden door, barricaded by couches and chairs and everything, shoved out of the way effortlessly by you. You swing the door open, and the cool night air hits you. And standing before you is a dejected young man with a scruffy beard and medium-length brown hair, wavy, and he looks shakenly down at you. You alright, kid?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I don't think you are, kid. Shit. What's going on?
My friend, they need help. Please help us. And the little kid frantically tries to push the door open further, tries to let the man in.
Just stay here, kid. You see on his hip, this man has a sword, and it's not drawn, but he holds it carefully by the handle as he moves you ever so slightly to the side. He goes, just stay here, kid. Stepping in, he bears witness to the sight that's before him. Demons. And then children. And demons. And then children. Whatever is happening, it's not good. And there's only one child who seems fine. And she stands in the back, terrified. Ausar steps through. He looks around. He sees the children trying to hold themselves together, and then he sees the body of Dr. Worf. His rib cage crushed, his body broken, and tears on his face. This just must have happened. He makes his way over to the little girl. He scoops her up in his arms, and he takes her outside with you, Isaac. He kneels down, and he goes, my name is Ausar. Stay out here, stay together, and try to breathe.
What? What are you gonna do with them?
I'm
You
gonna
have to
try.
help them.
I'm gonna try and help them. But I need you to try and breathe. Get back to who you are. Remember who you are. And don't let it leave your mind. And then he points to the girl and goes, what's your name? And shakily, she goes, Rhea. And then he points to you. And yours?
Isaac.
Then
I'm
keep.
Isaac.
Then remember your name. Don't forget it. I heard about this before, but I never thought I'd see it. I'm gonna try and help them. But stay here. He closes the door behind him. And there's a very somber look on his face. As the screaming stops for a moment, you hear a humming. A gentle humming as he begins to play a song with what little capability he can and what shaky breath that he does have. And eventually, he steps in and you hear through the door, I don't know how to stop this. I don't think I can. But I can help you go quickly so you don't have to hurt anymore. After about 10 minutes, everything goes quiet. and a shaky young man, no older than 25, steps from the cabin with tears in his eyes, but standing strong as the door closes behind him. And he looks to the two kids, hoping to any god that may still exist that there might be something he can do. He wipes his face. He steadies himself again. He kneels down and goes, "Isaac, Rhea, are you okay?"
Isaac doesn't speak this time. He simply nods frantically. His still eyes are red, bloodshot, swollen. And though it isn't as strong anymore, he's still shaking.
There wasn't anything I could do. And I'm sorry. But I stopped them from hurting. And I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked them, Isaac. Rhea, you seem fine. Whatever happened to them doesn't seem to be happening to you, and I don't know why. But Isaac, I can't promise that this won't come back. And he'll take out his sword, and he'll set it in front of him, sheath and all. I can't promise you that this hurt won't stay, and I can't promise you that you will be you. But if you want, I can offer you the same thing I did them. What do you want, Isaac?
The little kid who's been figuratively through hell the last few years, and especially the last few days, with eyes still red from crying, with his body stricken with seizures and fever, shakes his head and goes, "I want to save them. I want to save them all. I don't want this to happen to anyone ever again."
Elsar's gonna stay quiet. And he's gonna close his eyes and look down. He can't even look Isaac in the eyes right now. They might be gone, kid. They are gone. But... And he'll kind of pick up a finger and he'll point it to his chest, right in the center. But you can live for him. If you think you can fight this, if you think you can hold on, you can fight for him. You can live for him. You think you can do that, Isaac?
Yes. Look, I can, yes.
Okay. All right. Then let's do that. And he kind of turns that finger on his chest into a fist and kind of pushes it into his chest, not hard, but just kind of like a reassuring knuckle to the chest. Then I have a plan. Didn't think I'd be going back to where well, didn't think I'd be going out this way that soon, but I got a plan. And he'll kind of put a hand on his head and go, "You live for them. I'll live for them too. Okay, come on." And he's got Rhea in one arm. You're a little older than her, but he takes you by the hand after he sockets his sword back into his belt. And he walks over to the vehicle, the van, that brought you all here. He sets you guys in the back seat. And he gets in the driver's and he heads off. The drive is pretty quiet. He plays music, the radio is playing something just to keep the air light, not so heavy. And eventually, as you drive and you drive, and the sun begins to peek out over the horizon, you start to doze. It's been a very long day. When you wake up to the sound of the music stopping. The doors open, and you find your way into what looks to be a mountaintop, or at least the base of one. Sorry, just checking something. Sorry.
I'm to blame. I'm asking him questions behind the scenes.
Just doing one last check, don't worry.
Could you ask questions behind the
Yeah.
scene?
I know.
Evil.
Where
There
you
we
must
go.
know everything ahead of time and never ask questions.
How could
Very
you?
true, very
How could
true.
you not read my mind?
How could you
Become-
not know
become
when to ask
precognition.
questions well ahead of time? I mean,
SMH.
honestly.
Yeah, man, you're right.
The nerve of
I'll
some
go,
people to not become psychic.
No, that's
You don't get to say that.
no. That's Cabal's department.
That's true. At the base of a mountain, you find yourself just on the edge of a birch forest with red leaves. The sun is out in force today. And Ausar speaks to you all with a breath of relief, seeing both of you wake up in the back. He takes both of you by the hand, both you and Rhea by the hand, and he begins to lead you deeper into the forest, leaving the van where it is. And as he does, he travels in deeper and deeper until just on the outskirts, built into a wall, you find a doorway, an old stone door. He turns to you both, lets your hands go, and kneels down. How are you both feeling? And Raya kind of nods and goes, I feel fine. She's sniffling, she's scared still, but she's fine. And Isaac, how are you? Has the burning stopped?
Yeah. I don't know how to feel though. Feel tired.
You had a long night, kid. But you're gonna be okay. And he kind of looks at both of you. He looks to Rhea, and then he looks over to you, Isaac, and goes, your eyes weren't always that color, huh? You remember the color of your eyes, Isaac?
Um, uh, brown, I think.
Well, not anymore. He kind of puts a hand on your face and smashes, not smashes, but like moves your hair up and looks and goes, those are the brightest purple eyes I've ever seen. What did they do to you? What the hell did they do? Wait here for me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He turns and heads to the stone door. He gives it a rap with his fist. 3 thunk 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 heavy knocks against the stone. And then he says, Viljean, I've come to fulfill the favor that was promised to me. Viljean.
What,
Thunk, thunk,
what,
thunk.
what time of day is it?
It's about midday by this point. Sun's high in the sky.
For some reason I was thinking it was like a dark and like snowy night because that tends to be the fucking climate when
When
bad shit
anything
happens.
sad happens in Genesis,
Yeah.
no, it was a cool fall. It was a cool summer's eve when these children died. It was it was really sad because it was a nice day. And again,
After
thump, thump, thump.
after a little bit, you'll hear someone walk downstairs, or Alstar, I guess, with your, and then would just and I imagine like this one probably has like dents in it now because considering how strong this motherfucker is.
Well, Alsar's not a knight yet.
Oh, he's not a knight yet. Oh shit.
He's just some dude with a sword.
Yes, hello. You didn't have to knock them in. Oh. Alstar King, to whom I own the pleasure.
Well, first, I'm glad you're still here. Second, the Oracle gave me a favor. And
Yes, I was very well aware of it. I offered it to him on his deathbed that in such a case you could, if you ever needed help, you could come to me. I take it this is one of those situations.
got a bit of a big ask. And he'll step to the side and motion his hand to the 2 kids.
Um,
The little black-haired kid with purple eyes, who's very clearly traumatized, is just staring.
That big old floating city in the sky's got a lot of problems, Viljean. More than I could have expected. We'll talk about it in there, if you don't mind.
I'm glad you think the same way because I'm quite curious about what the fuck just happened. Oh, sorry. Anyways, then he's gonna hurry Alsar in. He won't deny the children, but he'll say, If you kids want to come inside, there's a room up to your right. We and this man need to talk for a bit.
The boy
All right.
nods, and if
Bilge
Fray
on
doesn't
this.
move, then he will usher
Yeah.
her inside as well.
Yeah, she hesitates, but at you going, she follows. And as they both step inside, Arsor goes, that's Isaac and Rhea. Kids, go upstairs. I'm gonna get some stuff sorted out. Alsar waits for the kids to follow along. And once they're upstairs enough, he begins to detail everything that happened. He details Dr. Worf escaping the city. He details hunting down these kids and finding out that they were kids and realizing just what the hell was going on. And then he tells them about this demonification, this devilication, whatever it may be, these children twisting and morphing, and eventually he goes, "You're the only one who I know that could do anything to help that boy. The girl is fine, and I'd take them both back if I could, but I'd be afraid that the city would find out. And even worse, if the city finds both of them, they're both dead. We need someone to stay alive. If one dies, the other one needs to live on. So I'm asking you if you can help that boy."
If that man I didn't offer that man what I offered him, and I didn't know who you were. If no one else was going to do it, I would have killed you myself right now, honestly. But I take it me guilt tripping you over what just happened is not going to do you any favors.
Certainly wouldn't. I'm taking the girl, and I'm gonna keep her out of that place as best I can. Hopefully get her back to a normal life. But that boy needs help. And no matter how much I fought, no matter how much I trained, nothing could prepare me for what I saw in there. And I need to be stronger before I can do anything.
Valjean's just trying to wrap this around his head. What Alsar just did. You didn't think about consulting me before this. You had the favor. You could have asked me.
Those kids weren't gonna make it through the night.
Yes, but before that,
I didn't know. We didn't know. They
did you
didn't
not
tell us.
Did you not have an inkling that something might be wrong in this situation even before you heard it?
Of course I did, Valjean, I did. That's why I went myself. I didn't expect them to have 10 kids in a cabin. And if I would have known what they were doing, I would have helped them. But I got there too late. By the time I found them, most of them were already turned. I only calmed them down enough for a moment so that I could help them.
I'd argue that murder is a little. I'm not going to argue about this. I'll take the boy. I don't know how much I could probably keep him for, but I can at least help him.
That's all I ask. There's if there's ever a time that you can't, well, I gave those kids that choice. I gave it to
I'm
him
not.
too.
I'm not going. I could keep him in such a way that he. I could give him more time. If that were the case, I wouldn't go up to. I wouldn't go straight to murdering children, killing children.
Well, I'm not proud of what I did. But what I need to do now is help these two. So I brought back the only survivors that I knew would make it. The ones who hadn't turned. That boy's got a strong will. And he wants to keep on going. The others couldn't take it anymore. The ones that didn't immediately attack me. And the ones who didn't want to suffer anymore. They're resting. Oh, God.
Well,
And no, I just heard like a really sharp pitched noise. But either way,
Oh no, Alsar's beeping.
Alsar's weeping.
Beeping.
Beeping, yeah, he's beeping.
he's
The check engine light of the van is on.
he's probably also weeping.
Yeah, he's probably also crying. He's had a very rough night. He'll
It's been a very shitty night out of.
yeah, this has been a pretty awful night. But if the time ever comes and you can't take care of the boy any further, there's the orphanage where they found, well, there's an orphanage in Holfdir. The woman there is a kind woman. She take him there, and I will be there as soon as I can, if I can. But thank you. I'm going to retrieve the girl and say my goodbyes to the boy. Alsar climbs the stairs. Oh yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
We reconvene in a year from now. I need to know the whole story for this before I, to be rather frank, say what I just said earlier was a little harsh, but I want to know more of this story.
I'll fill you in on everything when I know it's a little bit quieter. When the eyes of the city isn't so looking for these kids. And when they wonder why there's only 8 bodies. I'll figure something out, and I'll reach out to you.
Good.
Alsar will stand back to his full height. He will climb the stairs, and he'll find himself just about 30 minutes later in the room where Isaac and Rhea have holed up. He knocks, and then slowly creaks the door open. Kids, are you okay?
If there's a bed in the room, then Isaac has, if nothing else, set on it. And
Yeah, this room probably has a bed.
yeah, and considering what they went through together, I assume that he and Rhea are sitting on it together, kind of hands clutched together, holding hands, giving comfort wherever they can.
Mm-hmm. Alsar will kind of walk into the room and kneel down, and as he does, I'll go, all right, Rhea, Isaac.
Yes?
It's been a rough night for the both of you. And I can't even imagine what you've all gone through. But I think that the worst is past. So what I'm going to do is this. Rhea, you're going to come with me. And she panics a little bit at first. And he goes, but wait. I'm going to bring you to someone who I've met. I've already spoken with them on the way over. And, well, she's agreed to take you in. And I only feel it right that I do the same. You'll be safe with us. Isaac, you're going to stay here with Valjean. I don't want you both in the same place, at least not for now. I worry that the people who took you, or the people who hurt you, are still going to be looking, and I need to wait and make sure that you're okay. Are you okay with that, Isaac? Rhea nods.
Isaiah nods as well.
Okay. He'll take a deep breath and climb to his feet, and he'll put a hand out for Rhea to follow. As she takes his hand with hers, he pulls her off the bed a little bit. He puts her up, kind of in like a piggyback style. The child's had enough walking for the day. And he kneels back down to Isaac and puts his hand on top of both of his and goes, remember, you've been through a lot, kid. You don't gotta rush through it. And remember the names of your friends. Remember them. Remember their faces. Walk tall and live well. Live for them, and I'll do the same. Okay?
All right. I will.
And if you
Thank
ever
you.
need it, don't thank me, kid. I don't need it. If you need anything, if something ever happens, come find me. Or find a way to get a hold of me, and I'll come. With everything I can. He'll stand up. And he'll look back and hesitate for a moment as he starts to leave the room with Rhea on his shoulders, but he kind of just mutters out, I'm sorry, kid. I'm so sorry. And he leaves. As you hear the footsteps of Ausar leaving the room slowly, and down the stairs, he gives some parting words to Valjean, nothing that you can hear. The stone door opens, and that petrified wood slams shut. You stayed with Valjean for another few years. One, maybe 1.5. Valjean was always conflicted about what Ausar did. And he wasn't really quite sure how to raise a kid, but he managed. And more than managed, he did everything he could to help you learn how to stabilize your body. And after a year, you didn't have those aches and pains anymore. Your body was yours again. But then came a time, one fateful night. Valjean, are you still here?
Yeah.
We'll be getting to you just in a second. Just wanted to make sure. That fateful night, you sat in your room, settling down for bed. The child was already out, Isaac was asleep. And as you laid down to bed, there was something that you remembered. It was out of the blue. As you drifted off to sleep, you could hear an old familiar voice whisper to you. One you had not heard in a very long time. Always the tortured soul. Always the forgotten one. Always cursed. Words you heard from your mentor ever so long ago. In your dreams, you feel a weight on your chest. You feel your vision flicker and fade as you recall your youth. And as darkness envelops your vision, as you stride past a narrow corridor, you turn to a sealed stone door. You've had this dream before. You've had this dream a lot. And then the door opens. That's never happened before. And sitting within, nothing. It's empty. You wake up that night in a stir. Boom, you sit up fast.
I would say, if Isaac's sleeping somewhere like close, you would probably hear something like fall. Like a large object in one of the rooms just fall.
Isaac, you'd be awoken to the sound of a sundering and a crash of glass breaking in Valjean's room next door to yours.
Same night?
No, this is a year and a half later.
Year and a half later. Oh god, okay. In that case, Isaac is up in an instant. And in fact, he reaches under his pillow and he pulls out a makeshift shiv. And he just stands and listens.
Valjean, you've woken in a stir. A large vase that you had collected from your years of exploring now lies shattered. This vase was very important to you. It depicted an old tale. One that you'd care to forget. Never had a happy ending, you didn't like it. But now the vase lays shattered against the wall.
It's sort of like a frenzy. Not really a frenzy, just in a state of just complete like hysteria, mania of some form. Valjean's just gonna immediately put on a coat, and run to the door.
And where are you going?
I'm actually gonna go immediately to Isaac.
The door swings open in a slam, and Valjean is standing in the doorway, Isaac. He looks panicked.
Oh, we're being attacked!
No, you need to go. We need to go. No. And I'm gonna immediately just run back into the room, and I'm gonna start just throwing out clothes, like warm clothes, just something
What
I
do you
can
mean you
immediately,
have to? What do you mean about that?
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know what's. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Then tell me! You can't just tell me to go!
Valjean's just gonna yell something in just like a language I don't even think you would know.
Most likely not.
Yeah, no,
No,
most likely not.
No. Something dangerous has just happened, and you need to leave for your safety. I'll be okay. You need to go. I'll pack you up
Oh,
as much
fuck
as you need.
you! What about me?
I'm
Where
doing this for
where do
you.
I go?
Leave. You remember? Halt here. Go there. I'll make a call to Alstar as soon as I can, as soon as possible. You need to leave.
Fine.
If this wasn't as urgent, you just have to trust me on this. You need to leave.
All right. Let me help you get my fucking thing. God damn it! And he, throws the shift to the ground. It sticks in the floorboards. And he will help pack his bags, basically. What meager belongings he does have.
Valjean would have definitely gotten you like a nice set of clothes. And
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are close to both Corsa and the Oni encampment. You probably would have gotten some nice hand stitched shit.
Okay.
Yeah. You probably have like this like kind of like little cool Oni mask that Valjean probably got you as like a kid because he thought it looked cool, or like a year
Thought
prior.
it looked cool. That's kind of racist, but that's fine. Oh.
He just throws it at him.
Thunk.
And here's your teddy bear.
And here's your teddy bear.
I kept it for safety.
the panicked Valjean and the now confused and hurt Isaac being uprooted once again. Valjean, how far do you travel with Isaac before you have to go your separate ways? Mind you, this boy is like 13.
I take him to like to the nearest like I don't know like bus stop train area, wherever is the closest.
Yeah, you probably would have been walking for a couple of days, admittedly, to get to the border, that would lead into Iris, and from there is like a shuttle station that will take you to wherever you need to go. They kind of just like let you get positioned where you got to be, so long as you have money, which Valjean would probably have gold, and so they would transfer it over to Syl. They would take your money, and yeah, you'd basically be able to.
No,
get
in particular, Valjean's gonna go to like the exchange like kiosk or something like that. He's gonna just put down this one rather little ancient like gold coin. He's just gonna put it on the table. How much will this get him?
What the hell is that?
Well, does it look like it's a pure gold coin? Well, how much do you think that'll get him?
100, maybe 500 Syl. I'm not. We deal in like Grashiki currency, sir. I don't know what this is.
It's Corset. It's Corson. If you really need to get like an expert or something, I don't care. But listen,
It's fine. Where does the kid need? Where does the kid need to go?
Halftier, right? I believe so.
Halftier, yeah.
Yeah, Halftier.
Oh, it definitely won't cost him that much. Shit. Listen, we'll just get him on the next train and we'll do the exchange later, sir. Will you be coming with him?
No.
Oh, shit. All right, kid. Well, you're coming into some money at the very least.
If he needs a caretaker, and I'm gonna essentially write down Alstar's information. I'm gonna like pass it over to the guy.
Okay. Sounds good.
If you need to contact any form of adult or anything like that, contact that man.
Well, it's up to the kid. at this point. He'll kind of look at the note. He'll do some scanning. He'll get them all set up with a swipe card basically to get the Irisian Sill, and transfers it over. He weighs it out. He's like, well, I have no idea how much to give him, so we're just gonna go and highball it. 1,000 Sill. That's a good way to get you started, kid. And swipes it up, trades it off, hands him a card, hands him the note that Viljean gave him, and said, all right, kid, well, shuttle leaves in an hour. Say your goodbyes, I guess. See you around. You very much confused this worker.
Fuck you, man. Take the kid. But what?
Isaac, you've been handed a card and information, and a place that you're going in Halfdir. Viljean, you've handed over a coin, and in a panic, you guys have a little bit of time before you have to part ways. Is there anything you'd like to exchange beforehand?
Valjean?
Yes, Isaac.
Thank you. But if we meet again, I'm gonna punch you in the face for this.
You know what? I probably deserve it. All things considered.
Good. See you then. Stay safe.
I'll tell you what happened when you get back, or when we meet again.
Okay. And he reaches out a hand.
You know,
Go
I'll
on.
give him a little hug. I'll try to be the. I'll try to be the dad he didn't have for a second
Ooh.
and give him.
Ooh, low blow.
Low blow.
I'll try to be the dad he didn't have for a second.
He tenses up in your grasp. You know, he hears the faintest of sniffles. All right. Oh, fuck off. Go. I'm leaving now.
And as these two part ways, I will wrap up Isaac, and I will pick up Viljean. Now, this after Viljean, I will ask, because we've been going for a very long time, would the others want to wait until next time after I wrap up Viljean's to pick up? Because I know you guys have been waiting for a very long time, but we've also been going for a very long time. And while I'm totally fine, I don't want to steal your entire day.
I'm going to say that it's currently 2 in the here and I have work in 4 hours.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Technically 5 and a
Yeah.
half. 5.5.
Yeah, I'm good picking up next time too.
Jake, is that cool with you?
It's a big first
Yes.
session, and I feel bad for cutting off other people from having their special moment. But if I fall asleep,
They'll get
then
it
the
next
stream's
time.
just going to keep going.
To go
Yes.
forever!
That is true.
Until
That
I
is
wake
true.
up fucking 4 or 5 hours from now and go to work.
It is a stream that
Hey,
never ends.
Hey, Ram, I sent you a very important video. I sent you a very important video. You need to watch it.
Oh, me?
No, Rami.
Oh, Quest. Alright, yeah.
I see. All right then. I think then we'll.
That's a good
end
place
it
to
for now,
pause.
and we'll
Yeah.
resume with Valjean, Primrose, Dim, and Cabal next session next Sunday.
Yeah, so we'll have session 0, and then session 0.5 that leads into session 1. And then we'll get there. Oh god, it's a Kingdom Hearts game. Fuck! Oh no!
But man, I thought you liked Kingdom Hearts.
I do like Kingdom Hearts, that's totally fine. But that wasn't my intention to make it as convoluted. But that's okay. Sorry for the long drawn out bit there, but I wanted everybody to really get introduced.
So,
yeah.
Basically, Alsar got Norded. How many more Nords?
Alsar got Norded! That's a good
I wanted
question.
this
Alsar
on me.
Oh yeah, that was good. We will finish off the intros next time. Thank everybody. Thank everybody. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you all for sitting there and listening. Jake and June, I do apologize. I would have got to you guys, but I realized.
It's okay.
Honestly,
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even care. I was enraptured by the whole thing, regardless.
I am really I think that they're turning out really good, and I'm even more excited to get to you guys because there's the ending stuff with both Cabal and Primrose. While it's not going to be as long, this introduces the new characters and gets everybody set up because you guys are getting
Yeah.
there. But even then, it's gonna be pretty fun. So I'm looking forward to having everybody come together next time,
Valen is
and
a
then we'll
fan.
probably actually have time. Yeah,
Yes.
Valen
we'll
is a
actually
fan.
we'll actually.
Grim, thank you very much for, as usual, sending us out with a self-care.
Which,
Uncrimp your
thank you.
spines.
Ugh. Ugh, my back. Either way, yeah, no. So this was fun.
It's
I'm
fine,
glad
Grim.
you guys
We're
got to
starting
be
off
here.
with a new season, so we're starting off from an entirely fresh tack.
And if you guys are interested in seeing the previous season, all of Genesis is up on Quest's YouTube channel. You
There
can
are,
watch through all of our
I
VODs.
believe, 3 episodes missing, because those episodes decayed off my Twitch before I thought to upload them to YouTube. Unfortunately, some of the early ones are missing. However,
That's okay.
everything else is there.
Yeah.
I can't believe you made Voshan this early have a I don't have time to explain why I don't have time.
You don't have time to explain moment. Yeah. Yeah. This one didn't well.
For B, who was not there for the majority, or actually at all for the previous one, I will actually very quickly throw up on the stream what Valen actually looks like when she's cohesive.
Yeah, when she's cohesive and no longer just a blob.
Yes, sir.
Normally she looks
Think
like
again to the top left.
normally she looks like
You
an ink
fuck
bottle.
you. What about me? Yes.
Yeah. Yes, little Valen. Oh, sweet, scared little Valen.
Little Valen.
She's just a little blob right now. She's perfect. Yes, she is perfect. She's a sweet little bean.
Let's
She's
see.
Only for too much longer.
She eats trash. What?
That is true.
Hey, Valen, what does
Tired
Young
Doctor.
Blue taste like?
Here's Genevieve.
Tastes like blue.
Wait, where is Oh yeah, there's Genevieve in her seat.
In a cardboard box.
In the cardboard box.
Before it was a lounge chair. Now it's a cardboard box because
Yeah, she's homeless. The penthouse is a little fucked.
I remember how it was hinted at.
Oh yeah, where is little Doku? Let's get everybody out. There's Doku, little frog boy.
Let's see. We have Cabal, the Robot Man. Psychic Robot Man.
Got it. Yeah. The psychic
Lord.
robot man part is important.
The psychic robot man. Yeah, that's gonna come up. I'm very excited for that. Yeah, no, it won't get.
There's the toaster.
There's the toaster. Yeah.
We have Primrose, the essentially one of the few voices of actual reason within the party, except when she's being an irredeemable weeb.
Hey, listen. I'm allowed to be a weeb, okay?
Is there an elf?
We have 2 toasters. That's right.
What tell you will understand.
We have Ausar, rest in pepperoni.
Rip to the homie.
Currently
He got
tired,
blown the
now
fuck
sleeping
up.
forever.
Now sleeping forever because he is dead.
I have VODs on my. I make sure to semi-regularly upload my my streams up to my YouTube. Let's see who else we missing. Caladan is no longer currently part of the story. Eugene bobbing around in the trash yard. Clown Man. Oh yes. The spider dude.
Yeah, Terrare.
That's a Tware, yeah.
Who was in the beginning of the episode. Myself. And lastly,
Yeah,
I think
not enough bucks free for that.
And then there's
Damn.
the secret hidden character who was the child of the first 2 vats in the lab.
Oh.
Oh
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
The secret
Rowan,
homestuck
yeah.
character.
the secret.
Oh
home.
right.
I remember
Oh
Rowan.
yeah.
He was
Yeah,
he was a child of the two Ardent Project characters,
yeah.
or well, two results of the Ardent Project.
He was a firefighter, and then Matt destroyed my boat.
I did blow up your motorcycle. I thought about that
Yeah,
And his
earlier. I was
TV.
like,
TV. And his TV.
Yeah, and his
yeah,
TV. Don't forget that.
Everybody,
Primrose fell on the TV.
yes, that's true. Everybody has come up with some wonderfully creative characters, and it's lovely to see. And also, we had the distinct pleasure of Sully being the one to draw those characters, and they came out.
Yep. They really did. Yeah, I did try to convince Sully. I was like, "Hey, Sully, do you want to do this again?" And she went, "Absolutely not." And I went,
I do
okay.
not have time for this. I have
So interesting thing. She might, because we talked about it again like a few weeks ago, and she might, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if she does, that means that's less work on VOD and more money in Sully's pocket, and I'll
Yeah.
actually assist paying because I have that right now.
Please do.
Actually,
Please
yeah,
do.
yeah, I certainly will.
If you want to prod Fray about it, who everybody's individual characters, because we have those are the characters from the last campaign. We have some new customers in the current group. That partially being myself, Mr. Oscar from Sesame Street, and 42069 over there.
42069 over there. Yeah.
I do have artwork for Valjean already. It's just that it's not done yet.
Once we get actual PNGs done, we can integrate those. I do like the scrunglies though. They are the little doodles are very fun.
The little emblems to it's a prelude. I appreciate you, June, for getting those done so quickly just to have something, because last time we were like
No, yeah, I've made them just to have like something temporary.
June did a wonderful job with these. They're very cute, and they are also very representative of our core character traits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let me just pop them on screen real quick so that everybody's here.
everybody's here. I'm a gravestone.
I love how Randy's character is just the bush.
Yeah. The bush, the cell phone. Right, Primrose is a cell phone.
Just a discarded flip phone.
The other thing I'm just remembering now is when we were going to try to stream last weekend, instead of just a bush from Eisen, it was a bush that turned into a ghillie suit.
Into a ghillie suit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because before my internet was having problems, so we are thinking about maybe just recording it and then uploading it to YouTube. Then my internet kicked itself entirely. But before that, we had just put in joke representative images, and one of them was for myself. I can just throw it up real quick, I believe. Which was just literally just a bush, and then whenever I would speak, would pop up as a man in a no, I think I just pop up as a man in a ghillie suit.
I was gonna use it. It's like transparent.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that because you guys are all at a gas station right now, it genuinely, all of you look like stuff that you would find at a gas station. Someone dropped their phone.
Who dropped their brain in the jar?
Yeah. Does that include a brain in a jar?
And the slot machine that is replaced one with fuel pumps.
Okay, to be fair
Hey,
though,
we're in Vegas.
Yeah,
Happens. It's Vegas.
You put $10 in, you pull the lever, you can get out a liter of fuel, or you might get 50. Entirely.
Well, the thing too is that all of these things could feasibly be found at the right gas station, because the gas station 10 minutes from me has slot machines in it.
Yeah, I've seen a slot machine at a gas station before.
Someone scoops up the brain in the jar, has a bite, and is like, "Man, these gas station pickles fuck."
Yeah, these gas station pickles fuck. God damn it!
Can you also point out the gravestone at the gas station?
Sometimes you find the right gas station. You go to Gary, Indiana, the murder capital of the United States.
No, there's like a gas station. It's like it also doubles as like a spirit Halloween or something.
Oh
The,
man, I will miss the old gas gang. That's
I
true.
will.
It's gonna be. We lost what, 4 members in total? No, 5. Marquis, Eugene,
Genevieve.
Caladan,
For
Genevieve,
now, anyways.
and, yeah, Caladan for now, anyways, and then by all accounts also Rowan, who just evaporated. He's gone.
He's gone.
just
Him and his pocket wings
Everyone-
into the ether.
He's gone, reduced to atoms.
reduced to atoms.
But yeah, the
Yeah, it was good. It's gonna be a good start to get the old and the new back together and get this thing gone off properly. I think that this session 0, while very long and drawn out and very dramatic, I'm sorry for killing kids in front of you guys again. And
Hey, don't worry. If you didn't, I
Yeah,
was.
I'm gonna be real. This session was a roller coaster of emotion.
yeah, I know.
Oh, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
It is
it's going
gonna
to
get
much
worse
worse
because I
before it
didn't
gets
get
any
wait.
better.
I didn't get to the everybody else. So
Yeah.
no.
Wait till you get to me.
But wait,
no,
there's more.
I love
I
how
had
it was
some-
just
I think-
really like serious, but then we just have these scrunglies
Mhm.
to look at.
It's
Yeah,
wonderful. It's wonderful. Arguably, I think out of all the characters here, my character is probably the only one that, or probably the least amount of a mess in terms of he's gonna have his issues. But I think he's probably got the least fucked up backstory out of everybody here.
yeah.
You know what? Yeah, no. Yeah, don't carry on. You're right.
I'm
Yeah,
going
no
to,
way.
I'm-
Yeah, no, you're.
maybe my character can serve as a palate cleanser, or at the very least as an offsetting point. Who knows?
Yeah, no, it was funny because I had Isaac, which was gonna be the heaviest one so far. I knew it was. I was pretty confident it was gonna be, especially with Vera. And so I was like, all right, here we go. And then I was like, all right, we'll go to Viljean because that one's gonna be less heavy. You know, it's gonna have some heavy bits, but it's not gonna be as heavy. And then we're gonna go to Dim, and Dim's not gonna be very heavy at all. It's gonna have its moments, but it's not gonna be that bad. Then we're gonna hit you in the stomach with Cabal, and then we're gonna finish nice with Primrose.
Yeah, don't think I didn't
Genesis
notice the machine, like the metal monster mention.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just
Yeah.
the season's like. What's that? Go ahead.
No, don't mind me.
Yeah, I was just saying. So far, we're in the middle. We're in like a prequel sequel territory, right?
Yeah, you guys are right now sitting in prequel sequel territory in terms of the flashbacks and introducing everybody, which is what I had hoped. I didn't expect it to go as long as it did, but it did, and
Hey, we get more Outstar. He's dead now, but hey, he's still in the plot.
Outstar's watching down, looking down on us. He's watching over us, literally. He's up
Genesis
there.
Outstar's with us in spirit.
There is no heaven.
You can see his
Literally.
headstone right there, where he would have wanted to be buried. We'll scatter his ashes over the. We'll scatter his
He's
ashes over the gas
he's
station.
our Mufasa.
He's the Force Ghost in the distance.
What's your name? My name is Ray. Ray
Outstar.
Ray Outstar.
Not Ray King. Ray Outstar. Didn't even fucking remember his last name. Anyway, I think that's a good point to cut it off for now.
Agreed. Thank you all for being here.
Yes, this will be going up on the YouTube channel along with everything else, and every further session we stream / record will also go up on YouTube. So if you want to go watch that later when you're able to actually pay attention, absolutely be my guest. Yeah. So yeah.
Yee. Thanks for all being here, everybody. Thanks for letting me ramble on for.
Well, thank you very much for playing. Yeah, thank you very
Honestly,
much.
worth it.
Yeah. I look forward to how this continues. This is.
I'm very excited. I've been able to slowly mash everybody together again. I'm very excited to shove everyone together at the
The
end.
stories together, and then finally, when everybody's in the same room, and you don't have to worry about all these different, diverging storylines, you can get to the meat of the Empire system, which is all about high intensity action and combat.
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah.
excited.
Crits that will destroy everyone.
Yeah, very different from
What-
D&D 5e. Despite how high, like what do you call it, how high on the power scale 5e tends to be, Empire goes for it's a much like higher scale system, much more dramatic,
Mhm.
much more what do you dramatic. It's a lot more narrative form. We got to experiment around with it in when we played a Bleach game of all. Still going, doing a fucking test of it,
Thing.
made by post. We had a very nice dramatic moment for two separate
Sessions.
sessions / groups,
Yeah.
which was amazing to see people's creativity come out like that, and a good testing of the drama dice, fortune dice.
And now I can't bring that character back as a later antagonist. Thank
Yeah,
you all
fuck you
for
and your mid
fucking.
bosses. But yes,
Yeah,
thank you very much for running, Fray. Thank you very much who turned out, and everybody who's stuck around. My God, it has gone on for a bit, and we even started late, which is
Yeah. That.
No, I don't. B, I don't know why you're calling me Sir Brat. I am neither a knight nor am I that bratty.
I don't. I think it was an inside joke. I don't remember where.
Hmm.
But I do know that it exists.
Wherever it
And
came
B had
from,
told
I
me.
have no clue.
I don't either. But B was like, I must call him Sir Brat, and I
Mystery's
went,
the
why?
brat.
I was like, I don't know, but
Well,
I
if
do
she,
now.
if
So
she must, then she
I
must. If the lady must.
and she must. If the lady must, the lady do.
But yeah,
It do,
we're gonna exit
do
out
do.
now. I'm gonna go get some sleep.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Sounds good.
Watch that video I sent you; it'll help you.
Of course, I see it already. Thank you. And away
we did
go.
it.
Bye,
We did
everybody.
it
Bye bye.
after
See you
all
guys
these
Bye.
months.
next weekend.
Next Sunday. Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh wait,
After all these months.
my fucking mouth will be fixed and I can GM.
It won't spray blood. Yeah.
Remy,
I
I'm
was
being
really
honest here.
worried.
I'm being honest here. I got some rubber cement.
Look, I've already got you fucking put in for
I-
next week.
I'm a
Don't have to hammer on about it.
I'm a be real, Remy. When you started talking a lot, I was like, oh my god, this fucking jaw's gonna split open.
We're sitting here with
Very-
bated breath.
Very
Yeah.
careful about not opening my jaw too wide because apparently that's what's going to cause it to be. Yes.
Yeah.
Every word's a fucking dice roll.
Oh, man.
So far,
Florida 2 tech.
despite my low con,
All right.
only that once.
Very good, very good. All right, let's get brain in jar gas station snack. That was good. That was fun. Thanks, guys.